Welcome to the Aalo-X campus here on the outskirts of Idaho National Lab. I'm Jared Hoffman. I'm a marketer here at Aalo, and I'm thrilled to be presenting a webcast for our friends, our family, partners, and supporters around the world as Aalo turns on its first nuclear reactor. So this is just the pre-show, so we're going to keep it light and keep it casual, and we're going to go straight into the camera feeds. But first, I want to acknowledge the people behind me who have made this reactor with their bare hands, blood, sweat, and tears. Here for the Aalo team. And thank you all for being here. Thank you to the Aalo team for coming out. And now let's talk about what's happening inside this reactor. Are we going critical tonight? Yeah! Let's go critical tonight. So let's give a quick status update on where we are. Many people will be joining the webcast over time, so we're just going to do a little status update here, and then the full show of content will be coming down the pike very soon. So we are loading shim rods and the 13th fuel assembly of this reactor. 13 is the number of fuel assemblies that our nuclear engineers believe is the correct number to go critical inside this reactor. And what they're going to do is they're going to set the shim rods, which are an additional set of control mechanisms for the reactivity, to a certain height. And then they're going to load that final fuel assembly, at which point they'll start the approach to critical process. We'll watch this all live, and we'll explain what the numbers on the screen mean over time. But a quick overview is that counts per second refers to how many neutrons per second are hitting our neutron detectors. And startup rate is how the neutron population in the core is changing over time. So let's look at the cameras really quickly and give you an introduction into Aalo's critical test reactor, formerly known as the Critical Assembly Facility, or the CAF. So you may hear it referred to as the CAF tonight. But we have our operators, our fissile material handlers. They're inside the CAF, working on the shim rods, I believe, and getting ready to load up that 13th fuel assembly. Still working on the shim rods is what I'm hearing from the control room. So we're going to just hang tight and watch this. This is still kind of the pre-show area. And as you can see, this is another view here where you can see the whole facility here. Now, at the bottom there is the vault. That's our fresh fuel storage rack, manufactured in Austin by the fine fabricators, engineers, and designers behind me, which holds the fresh fuel, the U-235 fuel assemblies, which get lifted up and into the reactor to make this reactor critical. So again, we're just going to keep it light for now, and I'm going to just pass it to the cameras. We're all going to monitor the situation together here and hang out until the full show of content starts. So stay with us.
Waiting
Hey everyone, couple of housekeeping notes for the live event audience here. First of all, food. Food is here. Feel free to eat and hydrate. It does get very dry and windy out in the desert, so we've got pizza. And we also have these Airstream trailers that you're welcome to take up camp in, make yourself at home. In the trailer to the left over there, Gregory has a simulator running if you want to go in and run the reactor simulator. And the other note is that as far as the music, we're going to keep it very low. They're still working on the other side, and we don't want to have any bass distractions for the folks over on the other side. So that's the quick announcement here. And then for folks on the live stream, please do not take pictures of this live stream and post them on social media. This is a private, confidential live stream for our friends and family, so please do not post until Aalo posts first. So thank you for adhering to that constraint. And other than that, I'm going to kick it back to the camera. We're going to keep watching our Aalo team load the 13th fuel assembly and set the shim rods into place. And when that occurs, they'll come back into the control room and begin the approach to critical process. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Okay, I think almost everyone know you, but I'll just do it for the formalities. I'm Yasir Arafat, co-founder, CTO, and president of Aalo-Atomics, and I'm here with my partner in crime, CEO, co-founder, Matt Loszak. Thank you all for being here. I know you've been waiting pretty much the whole entire day, and some of you have come from a very far away land, so thank you for making it to the deserts of Idaho. You know, it's an amazing day. You know, at Aalo, we say every day is a big day at Aalo, right? But today, it's a special, ultra big day for us, okay? All right, so over the next 3 to 4 hours, we are about to bring Aalo's first reactor and bring it up to criticality.
That's right.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay. And we want to first thank Idaho National Laboratory for giving us this space. We're right next to them. They're awesome neighbors. And I want to remind you, this is not a show. This is a live event, right? And criticality is not guaranteed. It might happen today. It might not. We think our models are pretty good. We can estimate when it's going to be. But, you know, there's always this uncertainty. And that's the nature of doing something real, right? With real hardware for the first time. We may hit it, we may not hit it, but it doesn't matter. Whatever happens, you guys are all here. If it happens today, we achieve criticality, we have made history. And if it takes longer, you'll at least seen a world-class team operate nuclear reactors safely and appropriately, right? So either way, we're glad you're here today, all right? So today is a culmination of thousands of hours of our teams working for the last, 8 months, seems like almost 8 years. And before we attempt to go critical on this last bundle here, we want to take a pause and show you how it all started and how we have traveled from the time we started the company to this very moment. So with that, Matt.
All right. Thank you, Yasir. So yeah, we want to spend a few moments reflecting on just how far we've come, how quickly. So it's pretty crazy to think that in October of 2023, we were a 2-person company and we started hiring. This is less than 3 years ago, so this is just an incredible pace of execution. Within 6 months of that moment, we moved out of a WeWork and into our 40,000 square foot factory space. And within 6 months of moving into that space, we'd already built it out, and we built our first non-nuclear prototype, which took only 2 weeks to assemble, and Matt Hensink did it all himself. Incredible team effort, but 2 weeks for that, and then after that, we closed our Series B. And thanks to 50 years for leading the seed in the Series A, and Valor for leading the Series B. So yeah. And around that time, we started to impress people with how much we could accomplish with a pretty small amount of money. And so we started to then build the CTR. And that was around the time when the executive orders came out, just over a year ago. And I think we all know the story of how this kind of progressed, and we'll talk more about this later as we go through the night. But this plot of land you see behind us, these 2 acres, and the nearest acre is where Aalo-X will go. That is our 30 megawatt thermal, 10 megawatt electric reactor, full power operation targeted for next year. But the acre behind it with the really subtle American flag is where the CTR is. So that is the CTR building. Our critical test reactor is in that building. And what's amazing is in November, a few weeks before Sufi was born?
2 days.
2 days before Sufi was born, that was still just dirt land. And we grazed the land, and to be honest, in January, it still basically looked like dirt land, to me at least. Dirt land, yeah. Piece of plot, a dirt land piece of plot. Yeah, basically since, from early Jan to early Feb, that changed and the building got constructed. So this 60 square foot behemoth of a building was built in basically 36 days. And then from middle of February to around a month ago, so basically 4 months, we filled it out with a real live working reactor. So we're just super proud, and obviously people on the live stream supported us in getting here, investors and potentially some new investors. And of course, everyone here today is the people who made that happen. So let's all give ourselves a round of applause for that. So just one more little point on this is, to our knowledge, if this does turn on tonight, this would be the largest fuel load in the DOE reactor pilot program that's been turned on to date by a large margin. Yeah. So this is serious business. And like Yasir said, this is a live event. Think of it kind of like a rocket launch. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe the wind will be too windy or something in the rocket analogy, but it might not happen tonight. So the suspense is building. Thank you all for tuning in. And with that being said, we'd like to play a welcome video.
This is the dream job of someone like me, a nuclear engineer. When I started, that was in the early 2000s, nuclear renaissance, and I was going to build a reactor, and I had to wait another 25 years, but I'm doing it now. This is going to be the first one. I've done a lot of design work over my career, did a lot of analysis, a lot of documentation. But what is really unique now is that we are actually making these things. We are building them. We are making them operational. That may be really the best part of this story. Finally, I'm able to make the next step and escape from just paperwork and actually
All right, that gave me goosebumps. Wow. All right, so let's get to the chase, okay? Let me walk you through what we're going to expect here tonight. So, based on our calculations, to sustain a self-controlled chain reaction, in our reactor, we need about 13 assemblies, fuel assemblies, based on our calculations. And all throughout yesterday and today, we loaded up to 12, and we took all the counts, the neutron generation counts, and we're right now in the moment where we're installing the 13th fuel assembly as we speak, right? And what we're going to be doing next is that's all the fuel we need to go critical. So once all the fuel is in, we're going to slowly start withdrawing the control rods out of the core and take measurements at different phases, right? And monitor the multiplication factor and see that going up until we reach a point where the amount of neutrons that are generated in the core balances the amount of neutrons that are dying, either by leakage or by absorption, right? Nuclear Physics 101. Okay, so this will be the first time we're going to sustain efficient chain reaction and go critical. Is this new? Absolutely not. We have done this many decades ago, but it is new for our reactor. It is new for Aalo, right? So the approach to criticality, for you guys to just understand, is not going to be like a drastic, dramatic movie. It's going to be a very slow and deliberate process, right? The team's going to withdraw the control mechanisms in a very small and measured steps. You can barely see the delta. You have to do it very slowly. And at each time step, we're going to take neutron counts at each steps. And just to understand that whatever we're counting or whatever we're measuring, does that match our physics model? If it matches, great, we go to the next step. If it doesn't, we adjust, right? And that's how we take a very slow and deliberate process. We don't rush it. Every step is checked, and the team can pause or stop at any point. So there's going to be a lot of timeouts going on. So if there was a time when you want to see how much patience you have, it is tonight, okay? All right, so everything we did, I just want to give you a quick overview. Everyone has a little bit of a different strategy, what they want to do to achieve criticality, and we've seen 3 reactors go critical before us. Our approach was a little bit different in the sense that we built everything at full scale to our full-powered reactor. That was very important to us. We didn't want to have any scaling analyses delta between this reactor and our full-powered system. And second, we vertically integrated. We pride ourselves as a company that can vertically integrate. Why wait 3 years to do that? So we said, we're going to take the July 4th timeline and try to do it all by ourselves, right? We built our own buildings, we built the reactor in our factory, we built fuel assemblies, we became our own nuclear operator. That's a lot of scope, right? So everything we prove here today goes straight into our commercial system. And that is exactly what we wanted out of the system, is to get the maximum learning from this reactor to the full-powered one. So as the neutron count today rises, what we're going to be proving here is not a science experiment. It's going to be all the things we need to build to get to a fully functional product. The only thing that's missing here is heat removal, okay? So with that, I'm gonna pass it back to Matt to continue from here. Right. Did everybody understand criticality, what we're doing? All right, let's go.
Awesome. All right, so now we wanted to do a little bit of thank yous to people who have come here today to support us. Obviously, first of all, the team, first and foremost, so thank you so much for coming. It's amazing to be all here together to celebrate this moment. Now, a bunch of these VIPs who were going to come, it's a little tricky because originally we were going to do this on Monday, and then Tuesday, and then Wednesday, and then Thursday, and then Friday around noon, and then Friday around 5, and then, so right now, we do have a bit of a skeleton crew, but we're really appreciative of the VIPs who came. So I'll kind of go through still everyone who is going to come, because this is a huge vote of confidence, and basically everyone on this list really played a huge role in helping us get to where we are today. So I'll go through in sequence, and some will be here and some will maybe be on the live stream, and some might just see this on YouTube later and hopefully gets a kick out of the recognition. Kind of going through first with 50 years. Again, Seth Ban and Alex Tang, thank you so much for supporting us from the very beginning. It means the world, so yeah. As already mentioned, Manuel Pantelias Garces, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. So yeah, thank you from Valor Equity Partners for supporting us again in the scale up of the factory. Thank you. Drew Wanzelak is here as well. So Drew, thank you for believing in us. Huge help. I think Alumni Ventures really punched above its weight. So compared to the check size versus the amount of help you guys have given us is immense. You guys clearly really believe in the second atomic age. So thank you so much for all your support in the past. Yeah. Rod Adams is here. So Rod, a round of applause for Rod. Rod is a prolific nuclear blogger, nuclear investor, and nuclear submariner. So pretty much a legend in the space. His blog was a huge resource to me over the past 5, 6, 7 years since I've been rekindling nuclear from the undergrad days. And his blog has hundreds of pages, each with hundreds of articles. So I think he's the most detailed author on nuclear probably in the history of humankind. So it's an honor to have you here. Joe Tegmeyer is here. So Joe, round of applause for Joe. Joe, for some reason, caught an interest in us when we had just an empty shell of a building and thought that was promising enough to kind of help to tell our story from the very beginning. And I think that's kind of paying dividends because he's proving to his audience that he was right to bet on us and kind of believe in us from the beginning, being here today for hopefully Criticality. But Joe is a prolific blogger and vlogger on YouTube and tweeter and kind of all the above, and also a very talented engineer. So thanks again for coming and supporting us, Joe. Yeah. And so is Mike Goff. I haven't said hi to Mike Goff. I'm not sure if he's here, but Mike has been a huge help to us. So Mike Goff is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the DOE for nuclear energy. So he's been a huge help to us. So round of applause for Mike. Rian Baran, so he, I believe, is watching. He's been a huge help as well in the background, and he is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of DOE. So he's sad he couldn't make it, but thank you again, Rian. Bob Boston, I don't think is here right now. Maybe he'll come a little bit later. But Bob, of course, is the pinnacle of the regulatory regime for DOE. He's the head of DOE ID, and we really couldn't be here without him. So he's done an incredible job. Coming out of retirement, he's an American hero who's helped get these 3 and hopefully soon 4 reactors critical before July 4th. So a big round of applause for Bob. Ron Crone, the Assistant Lab Director, MFC, has been on call on the phone, as has Rian and others. Associate Lab Director of MFC. Huge help to us. He's still on call tonight and helping us push forward. So again, couldn't be here without him. Jess Gian is here. So Jess, I believe, is actually right now in the control room. But Jess is the Associate Lab Director for Nuclear Science at Idaho National Lab. And again, just an incredible guy, super helpful to us. So thank you, Jess. Thank you so much. Lastly, Seth Cohen, Charlie Maggart, Ian Burrows, Jeff Wass, and J.R. Biggs. Especially Jeff and J.R., they've been on the battlefield with us the past few weeks, few months, but especially the past probably 10 days. They kind of swooped in to help us stand a chance at achieving criticality by July 4th, in like 3 hours or so. Again, huge shout out to them. I'm not sure if they can hear right now, but hopefully they'll see the recording and we'll thank them later as well, regardless of the outcome from tonight. So thank you. All right. One more housekeeping item. I think you guys have all been told this, but please no social media posting. DOE will be very, very angry with us if we leak, if we go critical. So yeah, just save the posts on social media for hopefully Monday, and we'll see. We'll confirm over email. After DOE posts it, and then we can all go wild. All right. So with that being said, I'll pass it back to Yasir.
All right. I need a step stool to get up to this mic. No. Okay. So before we begin this critical step of our entire journey, I want to say something to our team. Guys, this is what we have been working for the last 8 months. All the long hours, the nights, the weekends, all the sweat, tears, and no blood. That's important, no blood. And we've been working for months, right? And all of that work culminates to this very moment. So whether we go critical today or not, it doesn't matter, right? I'm extremely proud of every single one of you for what you have done for this mission. And whatever happens today, this moment is yours. I know we're tired. Just pause whatever you're doing and just enjoy this moment, because this is your moment and you deserve it. And congratulations to all of you, and fingers crossed, and we'll go critical pretty soon. All right? Okay, now we are a nuclear company, so we take safety very, very, very seriously. So I'm going to give you a brief safety brief, okay? A couple of things to remember. You are on a Department of Energy site, right? So no loitering. Don't just walk around and go to MFC, or the roads here. So just stay within this premises, wherever we have set up the stage for. Very important. Don't go off in the grassy areas. One thing that to be very aware of is we have seen a ton of rattlesnakes on this site. So whoever is scared of snakes like me, keep your eyes open. And if you see one, well, first of all, we don't expect to see any rattlesnakes here where there's a lot of people. But if you do see one, please don't go into a battle with it, okay? We are not supposed to encounter or to harm any of the wildlife here. They are protected species here on this site. So if you see one, call somebody from the Aalo team, and we will take care of the rest. Right? And obviously, just, walk the other way. Don't walk towards it. That's very important. Okay, and lastly, if there's any instructions given by our staff, please do respond promptly, because they're here to not only give everybody a good time, but also want to make sure you guys are taken care of and they're watching out for your safety as well. So if they ask anything off of you, please respond to the team. And then, let's see, what am I missing here? Okay, so I think we're a bit late here. Matt and I are going to go back to the control room, where we'll monitor the situation very closely on how things are evolving. But good news is you guys are in great hands. We have Jared Hoffman. Where's Jared? Yeah. Jared, okay. Jared's going to be our MC. He is one of our amazing team members from our cracked marketing team. He's going to relay everything that's happening in the control room and try to relay that to you as things are progressing over the next couple of hours. So with that said, thank you all for coming again. Wish us luck, because we need some. And we'll hand it off to Jared from taking it from here. All right.
Thank you, Yasir.
All right. Pray we go critical.
Thank you. All right, my audio's not on yet.
If you need any help dumbing down some nuclear terms.
Everyone on the live stream. All right, we're going to get set up again here and start monitoring the situation, continue monitoring the situation as it were. How about a round of applause for Matt and Yasir, the co-founders of Aalo, and what brings us out here tonight, their vision and commitment to a very difficult challenge, which is building a nuclear company. And I know they're kind of, seem like they're playing it up whether it's going to happen or not. I don't know. I think we're going to go critical tonight. I'm feeling optimistic. It's a beautiful night. It's calm. It's 21:31 at night, and it looks like our team is inside the CAF. They are loading fuel assemblies right now. So they are loading their 13th fuel assemblies. I will confirm that they're not still on Shim rods, but I believe they are loading their 13th assemblies. Just a quick reminder that, and that's just been confirmed by the control room. They are working on the 13th fuel assembly. It just dropped in right now into the pocket. So the 13th fuel assembly is now loaded into the core. This is very exciting for us. So, all right, we promised that we would take you more through the reactor. So what we want to do now, as our team works through the process of closing up the reactor here, finishing that fuel assembly, is talk a little bit about the design of this reactor and go through some of the components bit by bit. And we're going to bring up some Aalo engineers a little later in the stream, but I first want to introduce you to this little visualizer tool that we've built. And this is going to help us kind of understand what's going on within the core. So what you're seeing now is an overhead view of the core. And you can see there that this is that 13th fuel assembly down on the bottom right. I could change it with this controller here, but the people in the ops room do not want the fuel assembly number touched. And nor should they. We are all on pins and needles here, and everybody is staying really focused and calm. And so we've got 13 fuel assemblies in. That's that star shape. That star shape means that we now have a symmetric core, and this is where we believe we're going critical. So let's take a look at some different views here. This is kind of the reactor from the side. The critical test reactor is made up of several different key systems. Probably the most important system here is the control rod system. And so I'm going to switch over to our data that is kind of simulated. And so you can see that this is the control rods being lifted up here. And as the control rods are lifted up out of the core, that is when the reaction starts. Essentially, the fuel assemblies, which have fissile material in them, they want to talk to one another. Those uranium atoms, those isotopes there, those U-235 isotopes, they want to have a conversation by way of decaying and shooting off those neutrons, which hit other uranium atoms, which split those uranium atoms, send off 2 or 3 more neutrons, continuing a chain reaction. But when the control rods are in the core, it's kind of like there's earmuffs over the fuel assemblies. And they just can't talk to each other. There's no sound passing back and forth. But as the control rods are lifted up, it's kind of like removing the earmuffs. And that allows there to be a conversation there in the core. And what we're looking for tonight is the point at which that conversation is really self-sustaining. The operators don't have to do anything. They don't have to add any additional reactivity, which is what they say when they're lifting control rods out, is actually adding reactivity into the core. So they want to see a situation where the startup rate is above 0 and it's asymptoting. It's reaching a stable point above 0 and the power level is growing. Now, this is a very low power reactor. We're not trying to produce very much heat tonight. We're just trying to turn this reactor on and get it to a steady state where the power level is consistently growing by way of nuclear fission. So this is super exciting for all of us, and I know it's exciting for the people behind me who've worked just so hard. Yes, so hard, and I know how many sleepless nights every single person here has done. It's just amazing, the commitment. And it's because the people here, and myself included, we believe in this technology, we believe in this company, and we know that turning on this reactor is really the first step to a long journey to building nuclear power plants in this country and delivering clean energy to data centers, to industrial applications, and to the people of America and the world. So it's an honor for me to be here. I've gotten sidetracked from the display of this reactor. Maybe let's see. Does Evan want to come up? I know Evan was saying before he might want to come up and do some reactor chat. So maybe we'll have our first guest. Let's get Evan up here. All right. Okay, we're gonna get the mic set up for you, Evan. Here you are. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I didn't expect to be called up. Sorry.
Okay, wait, hang on. We're getting the audio set here. Awesome. Everybody, can we get another round of applause for Evan Burrus here? Evan Burrus. Nuclear engineer from Texas, Austin. No, I'm sorry.
No, don't you ever do that to me again. Texas A&M.
I apologize. I'm sorry. That's a faux pas. It's my first faux pas of the night. It won't be the last. It won't be the last. But thank you for being here, Evan. And maybe we can put this data viz back up on the screen. Evan was one of the designers of this core, and I'm curious what you have to say about this description here. So we're watching the simulated data here. Can you tell us about the overhead view here, about the design of this core, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so this core is fairly representative of what our core will be in Aalo-X, which is going to be our full power reactor. This is a scaled down version, very slightly, but it's the full fuel load that we're expecting here. So what you're going to see here is this hexagonal lattice. This is a lattice that's very inspired for some historical sodium-graphite reactor
And
designs.
which ones there are you referring to?
Yeah.
What's the?
So this is a design that's been heavily inspired by the Hallam nuclear power facility in 1963, which was the last sodium graphite reactor ever built. So it's a hexagonal lattice. Essentially, we do this to keep symmetry in the core, which means that we can easily predict what will happen in any kind of unexpected transients, or like we call an accident. That symmetry allows us to keep our calculations really simple and makes the reactor very predictable. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
could you tell me, if you were a nuclear engineer and you were in the control center right now and you had your spreadsheet up, you were looking at the counts, what are some of the things that you might be looking at to give you an indication of what's going on in the core?
Yeah, so I think my limited reactor operating experience at the Triga at A&M for a whole class, you're mainly watching counts right now in what we call reactor period, which is basically what tells you how fast your reactor is growing in reactivity. That's a pretty complicated term, but realistically, you're looking at how many counts that you're getting out of the reactor and how many we predicted in our calculations. So the calculations that those guys you'll see in the control room, they actually ran a calculation of basically the whole reactor and put a detector in the exact same spot in their calculation that we have in the reactor. So what they're seeing right now is the counts that they get from their calculation and then comparing that to what they see in the reactor and ensuring that it is almost down to literally a fraction of a percentage of correctness is mainly what they're looking out for at the moment.
Awesome. Yeah, so maybe we can take a look now closer up at those neutron detectors. And what we're seeing on the outside here, I'm going to pull down these other faders so that we can see just the neutron detectors here. And these are these neutron detectors that are located in 3 positions around the core barrel. This is the core barrel or the core vessel, and that's really where the whole nuclear reaction is happening. The control rods do move up and down into that top datum, but they don't. There's no reaction up there. There's shielding all around this core, and the shielding, as you'll see in the building, is kind of this cube. And so, why don't we put up the camera on screen here so we can sort of relate this chart to the actual reactor, so you kind of know what you're looking at. So, what you're seeing on the right now is you're seeing that top hat. They call the top hat, which is the top half of the reactor, and it's where the control rod drive mechanisms sit. And those are what drive the reaction, and it's also where our operators are loading in the fuel. So they have to use cranes and grapples to actually put that fuel assembly down into that bottom part because it's like 10 feet down from the top of the reactor. Is it right, Evan?
Yeah, so on the CRDMs, another cool thing to note is that essentially we can guarantee the safety of this reactor by these control rods being able to completely lose charge in the type of any type of accident. They'll just immediately fall down. That's part of our reactor protection system. So they have these rods. Three types of rods in this reactor right now. We have control rods, which we use to control the reactor, safety, which only serve the purpose of shutting it down, and then Shim, which is basically a way that we can help limit the amount of excess neutrons in the core and make it easier to control.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Big hand for Evan Burrus, everyone. All right. I think this is so meaningful. Evan, I know, graduated college, nuclear engineer, and now you have a chance to turn on your first nuclear reactor. That's a pretty awesome milestone. How does it feel in this moment?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think about 2 years ago, almost, we're getting close. I was sitting at my parents' home on a random day. I went back to my parents' house for the weekend, and I got a call from a nuclear engineer over LinkedIn. He says, "Hey, do you want to interview with Aalo?" I'm like, "Sure." Interviewed with Richard Williams, and then that engineer at the time. And then they said, "We love you." Next day, I drove up to the office, had my interview with Yasir, had my offer the next day. I did not think in 2 years I'd be here turning on a reactor, but it's pretty cool. It's been a long ride, and it's only going to get more fun after this, so can't wait.
That's awesome. I feel the same way. It's an honor to be a part of this team and to, I think, go critical tonight. Yeah, let's do it, right? Let's do it. They're loading up the assembly right now. When they're done loading that assembly, they will make their way back into the control room, and they will start the approach to critical process. So we're going to put on a quick video now and take a little break, put our little score bug up. You can keep watching the stages at the bottom. I just learned this, by the way. You know, on ESPN, you have that little scoreboard that's like on the screen. That is called a score bug. Who knew? Well, live streaming firsts every day. So thank you all for being here on the live stream with us. It's awesome that you're here. Thank you to the Aalo team that's here. And let's keep monitoring this the crituation. Do you think we can say that? Monitoring the crituation?
I think you can get away with it.
Come on, let's get away with it. We're having fun here tonight. And thanks for being here. We're going to keep monitoring the reactor and play a quick video for you and to show you kind of the story of how this company was founded and what we're aiming for as a company. This is a Forbes video. It's about 15 minutes long. And as they finish up this fuel assembly there, you see them taking off the scaffolding that they use to go on top of the reactor. It looks like their work there is pretty much done. I see Vance there in the whites with the beard, the man with the plan, and looks like they're all good. So I see hands up. Looks like a good sign. We're going to play a quick video, and we'll be right back.
This customer of AI data centers, we have a pathway for the first time in history to come down the cost curve with a smaller nuclear product, and it'll open up all these amazing markets that'll do a ton of good for humanity.
The artificial intelligence boom has a massive trillion-dollar bottleneck: power. Hyperscalers like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon are deploying unprecedented capital to build data centers, but the electrical grid simply can't keep up.
The demand for hyperscalers for these data centers is like 100 gigawatts in the US alone in the next 5 years. And that's like creating 100 new cities in a 5-year period. So the last time that happened was never. And so this is like this really kind of, unprecedented build out.
And the build-out of AI is hitting everyday consumers beyond their use of cognitive technology, increasing everything from electricity bills to the cost of hard drives.
The landscape now is completely different than it was just 2 years ago, as far as grid capacity, regulatory capacity, and what hyperscalers are going to have to do in order to meet their AI ambitions.
For Aalo-Atomic's co-founders, Matt Loszak and Yasir Arafat, the answer to our energy crisis isn't just more power. It's a nuclear renaissance.
I think nuclear is the most misunderstood technology of all time. It's kind of like the ultimate underdog in terms of the difference between public perception of nuclear and a lot of the realities.
Nuclear is a carbon-free, clean technology. 20% of the electricity in the US is made by nuclear power plants. A lot of people don't know that. But why 20%? What if we could, make it more and be able to make it like 40, 50%, and then the rest be complemented with other clean energy technologies?
Contrary to popular belief, it's as safe as solar and wind. It works all the time. It uses a tiny footprint, and it can be deployed anywhere.
A veteran of the startup world, Loszak spent years in the software of payroll and benefits, until he realized his true calling wasn't in spreadsheets, but in atoms.
I always think about success in startups as kind of like surfing. So there has to be a wave, and you have to know how to surf. And I think the challenge in nuclear was there wasn't really ever the greatest waves. And so, it kind of stagnated. But now you've got a tsunami, and we put together a team of some really awesome surfers.
To ride the tsunami of demand, Aalo is trying to achieve what many thought was impossible: mass-producing nuclear reactors.
The main challenge in the past has been it wasn't very fast to deploy, and there were a lot of use cases where it was too expensive because you could only build a large reactor, and not all use cases require a full gigawatt.
So we wanted to solve the speed and economics problem.
Beyond the technical shift, Loszak and Arafat wanted the company's identity to lean into a more optimistic vision.
Aalo means light in Bengali. So Bengali is the language we speak in Bangladesh, where I grew up. It is a word that brings hope and light and energy to the future. And that's essentially what we're doing here in this company.
For both founders, the mission to create clean, abundant energy is also deeply personal.
So I grew up in Ontario and first got interested in nuclear because I actually had pretty bad asthma growing up. So we had around like 52 smog days per year. And this was because we had a big coal plant over in Hamilton that would blow over the smog all over Toronto. I mean, there were some times when I had a bad asthma attack and I was an hour away from the hospital, and that really stuck with me, the kind of fear of not being able to breathe. But luckily I lived through the coal to nuclear transition in Ontario, and smog days went to zero and my asthma went away. And so that was my first introduction to nuclear. And I thought, my God, nuclear is incredible.
I actually grew up in Bangladesh. It's a country that is a developing nation. They don't have enough power generation compared to what they have to supply. Almost every day, they used to have daily brownouts. And when the power goes out, all the business shut down, the streets go dark. And so I grew up studying under candlelight. That really stuck to me, that experience. And I said, what if we could change that? What if there's a way how to fix the energy abundance issue?
Aalo's attempt to make nuclear energy a basic commodity has venture capitalists betting big on them.
We've been able to raise hundreds of millions of dollars in just 2.5 years. And I actually looked into it, and this is actually more capital more quickly than even SpaceX and Tesla had access to.
That influx of capital isn't just Silicon Valley hype. It's shifting the landscape at the highest levels of the U.S. government.
This is a super exciting time with the President's executive orders on nuclear energy last May, including Executive Order 14301 reforming nuclear reactor testing at the Department of Energy. There's been a huge surge of capital investment for nuclear energy production. And I've been in the nuclear industry for 40 years. This is the busiest I've ever been.
If you want to build a gigawatt-scale nuclear power plant, it's 10 years or more. But if you look at building an equivalent amount of data centers, it's 2 to 4 years. So there's a 2 to 3 times delta between nuclear power plants and equivalent amount of data centers. And that's a product market misfit.
Yasir Arafat, Aalo's president and CTO, spent his early career designing massive gigawatt-scale reactors for industry giants like Westinghouse. But to fix the economics of nuclear, he and CEO Matt Loszak realized they had to stop treating reactors like massive civil construction projects and start treating them like tech hardware.
I think a lot of people underestimate just how real of a thing product market fit is in nuclear.
Aalo's uniquely positions because they fill this category I call XMRs, extreme manufactured reactors. And these are reactors that are 90% manufactured in a factory. And they're modular to the extreme. And they all run between 1 to 50 megawatts. They're inherently safe, and they have, can have an 18 to 24 month deployment ability.
To see exactly how they plan to mass produce these reactors, Forbes traveled to Aalo's Austin-based 40,000 square foot facility in March.
This is Aalo Atomic's pilot factory line. This is where we vertically integrate everything that goes inside our reactor. So if you think about all the reactors that were built in the past, they were mostly built on site on a stick-built fashion, right? And that's great, but the problem is you don't have learning from one project to another. So we're trying to essentially bring mass manufacturing like how Henry Ford did to cars. We're trying to bring that in for nuclear energy.
That vision of a modern assembly line is already taking shape, starting with the way they handle their raw materials.
So this is our sodium storage tank. And again, it's a great example of how we make everything ourselves here in the factory. We take raw materials in and we output modules that we know will fit together on the site.
Because ultimately, what we're trying to do here is, can we deploy a nuclear reactor in a matter of less than 6 months, not a decade or more? And for that to happen, you have to have full control over the entire stack. Every material's coming in, how things are built, how things are tested in factory, and send it out to the site.
But achieving speed doesn't mean automating everything at once. It means applying technology where it has the biggest impact.
In Aalo, we take automation very seriously and we do it thoughtfully, right? If you look around, most of the operation right now is not automated, but if there's one thing that we do over and over again, it's welding.
Not only is the welding automated, but also the software that is controlling the robot was made using AI. So it's automation making automation, which is pretty cool.
The product rolling off this assembly line is the Aalo-X. To achieve scale, they had to design a reactor small enough to fit within the global supply chain.
We were very intentional about the size of this reactor, it being 20 feet tall, 10 feet diameter. This is the most powerful reactor that can fit on the back of a truck.
And it's essentially the same size as a Cybertruck tilted vertically up, right? So it's a small device that can power 10,000 homes for 3 years straight without any refueling.
But shrinking a reactor down to the size of a Cybertruck and building it in days rather than years requires ditching the high-pressure water systems used by legacy utilities and replacing them with liquid sodium.
So when you have something pressurized, all the vessel walls, all the piping, they're very thick walls. So to make a pressure vessel, the similar kind of vessel, because it doesn't need to be thick walled and we don't need forging to make those systems, we can do the same thing here with thin-walled vessels in less than a week. And that key unlock is sodium as a coolant and not being a pressurized system.
A big advantage of using sodium as the coolant as well is we don't need water to cool this reactor. So that means we can place this anywhere, whether it's close to a river or not. And that's a huge unlock for the deployment of this technology all around the country to power data centers.
In a highly regulated industry, where a single accident can shape public perception for decades, moving this fast begs a critical question. Does treating a nuclear reactor like a mass-produced product sacrifice safety?
The old plants, light water reactors, there's a reason they have to have containment structures. There's a reason they have to have evacuation plans, because there are scenarios that are potential that could cause fuel damage and adversely impact the health and safety of the public. So that's real, and you have to mitigate that. And the existing nuclear industry does a fantastic job of mitigating those hazards. Now, let's fast forward to the XMR designs, like the Aalo design. It's meltdown-proof and rock-away safe. So you've baked it into the physics. It's impossible to adversely impact the safety and health of the public.
This is our control rod drive mechanism. Basically, it's like the brakes for the reactor. So it's kind of like brakes on a car, slows down the chain reaction, and allows us to shut the whole reactor off.
When there's an abnormal condition that's happened and you want to turn off the reactor without relying on humans or the machines, then we can use gravity, which is the laws of nature, to pull the rod down and insert it into the core and kill the chain reaction. So we use physics to basically ensure the safety of the reactor.
With tech giants desperate for grid power, Aalo's speed and safety systems are about to be put to the ultimate test. The US government has mandated a race to prove this technology works, and fast.
Last year, after President Trump took office, he signed 4 executive orders around nuclear. One of them basically said, I need 3 nuclear reactors to achieve criticality by July 4th of 2026. And most of the people in the industry said this was too crazy. Only a few said, well, let's give it a try, and Aalo is one of them.
For startups like Aalo to meet the deadline, the Department of Energy had to undergo an internal overhaul of its own.
So last summer, my office revised numerous DOE policies, orders, and standards, and we created one new standard in less than 90 days as required by the executive order. This new standard that we created allowed for a streamlined approach to authorizing new nuclear reactors. When I say authorized, that's the DOE term for license. And we all, not only that for new nuclear reactors, but for nuclear fuel line production facilities. But I need to emphasize that these revised regulations, we are as safe as we've ever been.
To meet that deadline, Aalo must achieve something called criticality.
Criticality is when you essentially have a sustained fission chain reaction. You split atoms using neutrons. Essentially, if you think about when you get into a car and you start the engine, for a nuclear reactor, that's like go in ignition. That's what criticality is.
We were pitching investors and saying, hey, we're going to turn a reactor on in 3 years from founding to fission. And a lot of investors laughed, but we've done it. We've built the first new reactor building at the Idaho National Lab in 50 years. The concrete foundation for this new reactor building we built was done in 24 hours. And the building itself went up in 36 days.
Proving their reactor works by the 2026 deadline is the first major hurdle for widespread investment. After that, Aalo plans to scale their factory production to outprice natural gas.
The cost threshold that kind of matters in this space is around 10 cents per kilowatt hour, because below that, that's kind of the average utility price across the country. That's fundamentally the mission of the company, is to achieve 3 cents per kilowatt hour electricity. We're not deluding ourselves into thinking that our first reactor ever is gonna be 3 cents a kilowatt hour. It'll take different types of innovation to continue to come down the cost curve. To get down to 3 will be what we think will be coming from mass production. Our goal here is to go from 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 reactors a year. So we're going to have to kind of vertically integrate like never seen before in nuclear.
I do think you're going to need to continue building these real big gigawatt scale plants. They just make sense. But what you also have with XMRs that can provide cost-effective power to large industrials, like data centers and everybody, you take that burden off the consumer of electricity to have to pay for the grid expansion and pay for the extra generation sources.
We've shown our ability to manufacture this stuff. We're de-risking the nuclear side, the non-nuclear side, the economic side. People didn't think it was possible to build nuclear and do nuclear quickly, especially for a company that was 2 people 2.5 years ago. But we're showing it. And the reason that's so important is because that's what hyperscalers want, right? They care most about speed. They'll pay a premium for speed. Clean is nice, but right now they're doing natural gas because it's fast. And we are showing that nuclear can be done even faster.
While powering massive data centers of the AI revolution will be step one, Aalo's ultimate vision extends far beyond America's borders.
So our top secret master plan is to start by servicing the hyperscalers, come down the cost curve, and one day we want to deploy this technology all around the world in developing nations and help them come out of energy poverty.
That will be full circle for me, because that's essentially how I grew up. And if I can solve this energy problem for a country like Bangladesh, then all the kids in the future don't have to worry about, will I not have enough electricity to study at nighttime? That's what drives me at the end of the day. It's to come solve the very essential problem that started the curiosity, when I was a kid.
Welcome back. It's so true that we're all here to solve problems, and that's one of the things that makes engineers a special type of human being. They're problem solvers. They see a problem, and oftentimes they don't even wait to say anything to anyone. They just start solving it, and it's a joy to work with engineers like that. And we've got one such engineer up here with us, so I'd like to introduce Austin Anthis, the principal mechatronics engineer at Aalo-Atomics.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Oh, a little bit of feedback. And so thanks for being up here, Austin. Austin has been in the control room for most of the day, so he's going to give us an update on what's going on inside the control room. But first, I want to ask you, Austin, what this night means to you and this opportunity to turn on a first nuclear reactor means to you.
So you heard from Jared, I'm an engineer, so I won't try too hard to be poetic, but I do see an analogy that criticality, it's not really a light switch. There's this steady crescendo of neutrons flying around the core, and it's just the moment when they can sustain themselves. And so there is an analogy there where, this is a really monumentous moment for us, but we see a clear path to, it was a steady build. It was a big team working really hard, and this is just a special moment to celebrate, and we see our path forward. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The path forward, it starts here tonight. Criticality was a milestone that was put into place by executive orders for at least 3 advanced reactors to go critical by July 4th of 2026. Well, it is July 3rd at 22:02. So we are very close to July 4th, and we take our deadline seriously. At the same time, we have maximized the scope of what we could accomplish in this time. And we've tried to build as much of the real commercial reactor into this prototype reactor as we could so that we could accrue the learnings from it. So could you talk to me, Austin, now about what the team has been learning over the last few days as they've gone from 0 fuel assemblies in this core to now 13?
That's right. So, man, we have learned so much from this reactor. We've already, this has been the focus, but in our off time, we're talking about how we can translate these learnings to the full power. And there's a lot of systems that we can directly map and see a clear line. In the last few days, man, we've learned so much from our INL partners as well as from each other of developing. The technology was already developed. The culture, the safety emphasis. Everyone has stop work authority. Everyone can intervene if they see that something's going wrong, and just building in rigorous procedures. So we're learning the ops side too. So it's been, wonderful for me as an engineer to be able to start with sketches in my notebook, come out here, get to install it, and then get to learn how it's used from folks who are really experienced doing that. So it's been wonderful.
And what's it like? Now, what's it like, Austin, sitting in the room with a bunch of nuclear engineers? I know you have a non-nuclear background.
Right.
Tell me about the Neutronics guys, because we have that up on the screen right now as the stage of what they're doing right now. They're doing the Neutronics. So Faraz is in there, Joe is in there, Robert Carlson I see. I'm not sure who's in the hat there, but can you tell me what is Neutronics and what are these guys doing?
Oh man, yeah, we lovingly call them the nerds. So when we were in the facility, we're saying, okay, we're waiting on the nerds now. So it's an endearing term. They are they're extremely rigorous and have a lot of training. They have, I believe in the hat is it. I think that's Ben Anderson. But yeah,
Yep.
we have David Juluka, our safety manager. Some of them have decades of experience analyzing, simulating, and testing reactors. So it's been fun for me. Just the team dynamic we have. I get to sit with Faraz in the same desk space. So to get just osmosis, just to learn from the best and the brightest in this industry over the last, as the whole process as we've built this reactor, sit side by side and be able to influence each other's design decisions has just been a gift. So.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the coolest things that I've experienced at Aalo is how we're taking old technology that has a basis from 50, 60 years ago and bringing it into the modern era. We've got computing tools and simulation tools that they just didn't have back then. And so it's really interesting to talk to guys like Faraz when they talk about where the nuclear industry will go from here and how there can be so much more comprehensive analysis and data collection that can then kind of create a feedback loop into the design and modification process of the reactors so that you can really kind of optimize these things, which is it ultimately reactor design is kind of an optimization problem.
That's right. And it's been really, there's so much interest coming into the nuclear industry now, and a lot of the interest goes to the hardware and the reactors, but as you're saying, the whole stack of the development, there's interest and smart folks really devoted to improving those, streamlining them, seeing how processes can be automated or more rigorously analyzed so that we can have a clearer picture. We can come into the hardware design very confident that we know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much, Austin Anthis, for being here. We have so many great engineers on staff, and I think one of my favorite part about the Aalo team is their mustaches, especially the people who have really leaned in for the Crit Stache, the Crit Stache movement, which started small but then picked up steam, and before you knew it, you were just seeing upper lip hair all over the place. It's pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, there's a secretive Teams channel that you only get admitted to once you've demonstrated the stash. So it's an honor to be part of that Teams channel. And to all my Crit Stashers, thank you. Thanks for all your hard work, and everyone else. It's been a true joy and blessing to be part of this team.
Absolutely. Truly is. And yeah, I didn't know about that Teams channel either. One day I came into work with a stash, and it suddenly just like popped up in the Teams chat. Pretty amazing stuff. Do we have actually something that we could show here that might indicate what this Teams channel is like? Let's put this up full screen here so we can see. Now, these are two of the most legendary stashes from within the Aalo team. That is Andrea Yokasari and Audrey Garrett, who have been AI'd to have stashes. So give it up for the Crit Stashers here. Okay, and how about Vance, the Atom Smasher? Look at that guy. I mean, that's genuine. Like that is AI, but that is actually his stash.
It's not that much AI. They didn't have to do much. That's
exactly.
basically Vance.
That's basically Vance. Yeah. Here's Daniel Turner giving us the oh yeah with the Kool-Aid. All right, very nice. Also, Atomic 69, Daniel Turner. Geez. Okay. AI is really feeling it. Oh, and oh my gosh, the steak. The stashes here on this team are unbeaten, and it's just, we like to have fun here. So we're turning on a nuclear reactor, but we also have to stay human and keep it relaxed.
Yes, I think for me personally, this is the end of the stash era, but it's been a wild and fun ride. So yeah.
Maybe the next nuclear reactor we turn on, the Aalo-X full power, we'll have to bring the Crit Stashes back.
I agree. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Jared.
Thanks, Austin. Everybody give a hand for Austin Anthis. Yeah. And all of the Crit Stashers behind me. I see many in the crowd. So yeah, thank you guys for growing those stashes. And for those of you who have not, maybe next time. So, all right, it looks like the CAF is cleared. They are back working on Neutronics and getting set for the approach to criticality now. So what's going to happen now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Austin, but is that the people in the control room are going to go over the procedure that is the approach to criticality procedure. And because that's a first-time procedure, that has to be gone through very methodically, very, very carefully, step by step. And what the DOE regulators do in general is they kind of poke holes. Have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? What happens if this? And it's almost like a little test there. And it's kind of a way to get our team to think about every possible scenario of what could happen and be prepared for that. So that's what they're doing right now. And that meeting is happening right now. And so they're going to go through all the different scenarios here, make sure they're fully prepared. It is no rush. There is no rush in nuclear energy. The goal here is to make electricity that is clean and safe, and you can only do that if you take your time, you think through all the scenarios, and you stay prepared. So one of the people who's been instrumental in this reactor build is Andrea Yokasari. She is the principal materials engineer for Aalo, an incredible engineer. And she has been here working with her hands, not just behind a computer, but with her hands to put this reactor together. She's a leader within Aalo, and she in particular worked on the graphite system. So we're going to show a video that shows Andrea's work on the graphite system right now.
Graphite is a key aspect of the reactor. Without graphite in this reactor, we have no reactor. My name is Andrea Yokasari. I am a principal materials engineer at Atomics. So the critical test reactor for us is a prototype of our Aalo-X core. We have all of the Neutronics and reactor control systems and our fuel in there that we're going to have in our full power reactor. But it's used for us to prototype things, make sure that our control system works, fuel works, we've calculated everything correctly. So it's actually making sure that everything that we've calculated actually works. Graphite in our reactor is employed as a moderator. Moderator slows down neutrons, which enables a continuous chain reaction. Our nuclear grade graphite is very low in boron content. It is a very, very pure graphite. The other things about it, it's a very dense graphite, very strong. So if it's dense, it means it moderates better because it actually has more carbon per volume. Of course, cleaning is an integral aspect of the process. We make sure that the column is nice and clean and ready to go. We wrap it up, and then we actually transport it out of the tent and into the reactor building. From there, we actually insert it into the reactor core. Okay, go slowly, because we're getting close to that ledge. It's a lot of hard work, but it is just so rewarding to be able to be here and make this happen and know that pretty soon, like, we're gonna turn this thing on. We're gonna make neutrons and we're gonna make history.
Let's give it up for Andrea Yokesari. Now we're going to show a little more of the graphite data viz, but I want to make a reminder to our webcast audience. First of all, thanks for hanging with us as we lift these control rods shortly and go to criticality. But also, please do not post any photos of this webcast. We're putting this out to our investors, our partners, our families and friends, and we're honored that you're here with us, but we are under strict controls not to post publicly about what is going on here until the DOE does it first. Because it is late night and we are on on the eve of July 4th, that'll likely be Monday morning. And so if you do take pictures of the live stream, please do not post them until Monday. So just a quick reminder there. And we're just going to talk, since we saw that video about graphite, I want to show in the data viz here the graphite arrangement so that you guys can get a better sense for what they're about to do inside the core. So we have our overhead view here, and I'm going to pull up specifically the graphite. So that's the graphite right there. It is that pencil lead that is very high purity, high density graphite. Each of these graphite columns was approximately 1,000 pounds. And they had to be meticulously machined, stacked into columns, and loaded into the core very carefully. The graphite, as Andrea mentioned, slows down the neutrons. This is almost like a bullet that you need to slow down in order to hit the target. It's a little counterintuitive, but you have to get it going at just the right speed to contact the uranium atoms. And so that's the function of the graphite. And within the graphite, there's a bunch of these holes. So the holes are where the control rods are and also where the safety rods are. We have 4 safety rods and we have 6 control rods. And so during an approach to criticality, what they're going to do is they're going to lift these safety rods first and lift them to the top. And once they get to the top, then they are going to lift the control rods. And as they lift those control rods, you'll start to see those counts per second go up. And you'll see the startup rate go up as well. And as a reminder, what we're looking for is consistent growth in the startup rate where it reaches a kind of asymptote. When the startup rate is not changing, but it's positive, that is an indication that criticality is very close. But we're going to wait to hear directly from the control room at that point. So thanks again for being here. We're going to take a quick break and put it back on the cameras while we continue to sit here and bask in the moment. It's nighttime in Idaho, and we are Aalo-Atomics taking a reactor critical very soon. Stay with us.
live production. So typically the guy throwing up the LED screen and the speakers and all that stuff. But Andrew, I've been working on a broadcast with Andrew. Super cool guy. And my business partner is friends with him. That's how we got connected. So yeah. Yeah, it's a good one. Glad we got a big tool on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. How old are you? I couldn't tell if you're like young, early 20s or like early 30s. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people like I have like a young face. Yeah, young vibe. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot more fun than a desk job. Yeah, right? Oh, really? Yeah, that would have felt weird. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're like to be sold, I think, right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. 10, 11. Oh. About 45 minutes budgeted. 20 minutes of that is watching the reactor. So, do you know what they're doing?
Now, if you see them covering the reactor, the plan is to just cover it up and run the reactor with that cover on it. The top hat doesn't need to be sealed in order for the reactor to go critical, so they've decided to just cover it up, make sure nothing falls in. They're just doing their last operational checks. This doesn't mean that the reactor is shutting down or anything. They're just covering it up before they do the approach to critical.
To ensure all rods are home by pressing home all on the rod control page. Control page, latch, control rods. Select and latch all.
Understand, selecting latch all. Alright. SRO, establish mode 1 operation by completing the startup checklist.
Finish pressed. Rods are latched, low proximity. Switches in for all rods.
Understand, all rods are latched. RO, select all safety rods by pressing safety select on the overview page.
Understand, select all safety rods by selecting safety select on every page. Control rod 1 is 0.6. Control rod 2 is 0.7. Control rod 3, 4, 5, and 6 are 0.6. That's all. Alright, safety rods are fully withdrawn. High proximity switches in.
Understand safety rods fully withdrawn. Proxy indications are in.
That's correct. Understand reroute TTL counts. NMS1 is 10462.
10462.
That is correct. Number 2 is 16294.
16294.
That's correct. Number 3 is 14337.
14337.
That's correct.
RO readout TTL count duration.
Understand duration 217.89.
217.89.
That's correct.
As we enter into this final operational phase, we're going to start bringing in the actual mics from the control room. So you'll start to hear periodic announcements from the control room from our operators about what's going on.
Criticality, we're going to start hearing operational announcements from the control room, from our operators. So keep an ear out for that, and we will keep it tuned. Our current position to the estimated critical position, or 2 inches, whichever is greater, STA. Can you tell us the halfway mark?
Yep, halfway mark is 39.37 inches.
39.37 inches.
Understand withdrawal control rods at 39.37 inches. And withdrawal control rods.
Looking at the numbers, they're seeing a more sophisticated version of the counts per second and the startup rate that you all are seeing here. Once again, this is the Aalo-Atomics Criticality Live, and we are 13 fuel assemblies deep. We've got our operators in the control room, and we've brought up some great guests here that we're going to talk to in just a second here. And first, we're going to play a quick video that introduces Idaho, the state of Idaho, and the Idaho National Lab, which is where Aalo-X, Aalo's first nuclear reactor, and our campus for prototyping and testing here in Idaho Falls is located. Idaho, it just is one of the places that makes nuclear energy possible, all the way back from the beginning of the first atomic age. So let's take a look.
My name is Mark Nefsker. I'm the Aalo program manager. I started working on nuclear energy in 1991. My entire career has been in and out of different parts of nuclear energy. If you work at the site, you're probably up before dawn. I drove that road a lot of years, right? It almost feels like a home away from home. You do get a bond with the site over time. It becomes part of your DNA. Idaho National Lab is the premier lab for nuclear energy, and they are partnering with us. This is going to be my final chapter of my career. Try to do something that can really help humanity. Nuclear power, it is going to take us to where humanity needs to go. So there's been 52 reactors built at the INL. There really hasn't been anything in about 20 years. We're working really hard to do number 53. The conditions for nuclear energy, it's like I've never seen in 30 plus years. The president issued an executive order. He wanted at least 3 reactors to go critical by July 4th. We said, reporting for duty, and we showed up and we're building. And we're building fast. Every day you go out there, the landscape's changed. Everybody in this company is driving towards that criticality. We're gonna go critical in Idaho by July 4th.
Oh, yeah. Let's give it up for Mark Nefsker.
Yeah, Mark.
I'm pleased to introduce the Director of Engineering of Aalo-Atomics, Richard Williams, and the Office Manager of the Idaho Falls office, Shelley Williams. And welcome to the stage, guys.
What the heck? Oh, okay, all right. Man, she gets all the love? What the heck?
I think there's a lot of love in the room right now. I've been told that, and I believe it to be true, this is the heart and soul of Aalo-Atomics, and they reside here in Idaho. So tell us about, your life here in Idaho.
So can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we both grew up, I grew up here in Pocatello, 50 miles south, and met Shelley at college in Twin Falls, where she grew up, and we went to university here, had your kids here, and now we have our grandkids here. So Idaho is home.
Shout out to the grandkids, they're watching. Hi, kids.
Shout out to the grandkids. Yeah, grandkids. Woo! And shout out to all the parents here, both on the webcast and here in person, who have spent time working on this project that probably they sacrificed from being with their families. Yeah. I'm sure we've all felt that at one time or another, but it's because we believe in this technology. And I know Richard has worked before with INL on nuclear reactor projects. So can you tell me about your experience in nuclear energy and what brought you here to Aalo?
Yeah, so funny thing, I started essentially way back when I got out of college. I won't tell you when, you can guess. And here at the site, I was working for my father. He had an engineering firm in Pocatello, happens to be Alpha Lab, if you know. So anyway, we started working outside, and at that point in time, nuclear was just kind of trailing down, and ended up having to move. We moved to Boston, moved all over the place, and then ended up coming back here to do a cleanup contract for the cleanup contractor. So the site consists of a couple different contractors. So most of my career has been doing cleanup work, which is nuclear, but nothing to do with reactors, just radiological contamination, good practices there. Spent a lot of time here, and then ended up becoming chief engineer for CH2M Hill, which is now Jacobs and I think Amentum now at this point in time. But and traveled to Hanford, traveled out to Paducah, traveled to Oak Ridge, did a lot of work, and then we had COVID, and then we came back here, started working at a contractor here for the INL, and one day Yasir calls me and says, "Hey, can you guys do thermal analysis?" And I said, "Absolutely, we can do thermal analysis." And so that's where we met. I saw the Marvel reactor, made some suggestions right away on changes that we needed to do for the piping, and then suddenly we became essentially the Marvel design team as a contractor because we got stuff done, and they were excited about that. So I don't know what else.
Yeah, so that's an amazing kind of origin story for how the Marvel project came together. Yasir, our co-founder, CTO, and president, was working at Idaho National Lab after he had worked for many years at Westinghouse. And he was brought here really to start the microreactor program here, which wasn't a thing, right? And when you began in nuclear energy, was anyone talking about microreactors or small modular?
I don't recall anybody talking about microreactors. And I honestly thought from my career, when nuclear was done, we were just cleaning things up. I never thought. I've always told people, this is a dream for me because just the idea of being able to bring nuclear back again is just a dream. So.
Well, it's amazing to be a part of a team that has people with great experience that are mentoring some of the younger engineers and helping skill them up to be ready to handle the unique demands of the nuclear industry.
Yeah, and that's been fun. I mean, for me, just all these guys and gals are fantastic. We have the best. We just have the best team ever. I'll tell you that. We have the best team.
Incredible people. Absolutely.
So it makes it really easy. It makes it really easy to do good work and do great things when you have a great team.
And Shelley,
Yes,
we've
sir.
got Shelley too. Let's give it up for Shelley Williams.
Oh, thank you.
Shelley
Thank you, Jared.
is the soul of the company, makes it all happen. What's it been like for you working at Aalo over the last year or so?
It's been, okay.
Uh-oh.
I'll just be honest. It's been an incredible blessing. We have been, Richard and I, when we first started worked together at his dad's company, and that was entirely different. This has been an opportunity for me to partner with Richard to help with care and feeding this team who needs to be seen and heard and loved and encouraged, because the work we're doing is hard work. If it were easy, everybody'd be doing it. It's hard, and we care about each other. We love each other. We sacrifice a lot. I love all of you. Thank you so much, boys. Anyway.
And Shelley, obviously, beloved here at Aalo, and a great organizer, worked for many years organizing logistics for trucks, keeping things running on time and all coordinated. So thank you very much to Shelley and Richard Williams. I guess if I could ask you one more question, what do you think this moment means for America as we sit on the eve of the 250th birthday of the country and we see this daylight here really to start developing nuclear technology again in America?
I think it's a fantastic opportunity for this country to come together and understand that we don't all have to agree about everything, but we can sure work together and make fantastic things happen.
Absolutely.
And I think for me, it just shows that given a clear direction and mission, and the resources, thank you, Matt Loszak, that are necessary, and the rest of the investors.
Thank you, investors.
Thank you, investors. That we can do hard things.
Yeah.
We can do hard things, and we can be successful. and bring back manufacturing, bring back all those things that we need, that we kind of gave away over years.
Yep.
Absolutely.
This team, I'm telling
And we're going to play one more video here. We're going to keep monitoring the situation here. The counts are up to 82 counts per second, and that startup rate is positive. Richard, can you tell us a little bit about what you're looking for with that startup rate?
Yeah, so I think maybe you mentioned it, startup rate should be a positive, and essentially what you'll see is that the startup rate will come up and then come back down. As long as it stays above 0, you know you have a positive, you're in criticality. The thing to be looking for is just on that screen on the left there, a slope up and just continued slope. You know you're in a critical space after they stop shimming the rods. Counts per second, probably starting about 5,000 counts per second, will be close to criticality.
Okay. All right. Some great insight there from Richard. And I want to talk for a second about safety. And I know that there's a stigma around nuclear power. People, you know, if you tell them that you're working on a nuclear reactor, maybe the first thing that they think is, that sounds scary. Is that safe? And it's ironic because by the numbers, nuclear power is one of the safest forms of energy generation.
Yep.
And you know, one of the reasons it's so one of the reasons it's so safe is because we drill so hard to think through every single scenario. And I've experienced this firsthand. I was not in the nuclear industry before this job. I've been here about a year. I was in my art studio in New York 5 years ago. I heard about microreactors and the potential to do so much for America and bring energy security here and decarbonize industry at the same time. I got the bug and just dove right in. And that was really interesting to learn that just how much goes into building safety here in the nuclear industry and at Aalo. And even in the last couple months, you've seen just how rigorous, we've all seen just how rigorous the regulatory process is, the checking of different procedures and different scenarios. And so we want to show you a video now that takes you inside what the Emergency Response Organization does, which is an organization that we hope never to need, but we have just in case something happens that is unexpected, and to make sure that we're prepared. So we're going to go into that video now.
There's risk involved with nuclear operations. What we do to mitigate that is to make sure that we have our controls in place, and then we drill.
Reactor operator, this is the NFM. Understand there's a fire in the CAF. The reactor is shut down. One person unaccounted for. This is a drill.
If you didn't know anything about nuclear power, would you be worried about your safety?
I think there is a China syndrome fear mentality built in the 70s and 80s.
If the core is exposed, for whatever reason, the fuel heats beyond core heat tolerance in a matter of minutes. Nothing can stop it.
I spent 20-ish years in nuclear power. Started in the Navy. When somebody's like, hey, you want to try this cool thing? I just kind of say yes.
Attention in the ECC. So we have a status report here. They are currently going to evacuate the site, headed towards treat. So I will be doing a recategorization and classification of this event based upon that new information. The only time I've really ever seen like genuine activation is wildland fires. Those are really hard to control, right? Mother Nature.
Has the fire been extinguished at this point? Over.
You're always focusing on three things. People first, plant second, environment third. I mean, you have to prioritize. You can't do everything at once.
What is the status of the unaccounted for person? This is a drill.
And your personnel has been evacuated to the East Idaho Regional Medical Center.
Once you go into that drill operations mode, it is like teamwork. And when you get on a team that's efficient and effective and you're able to solve big, hard problems like we do, that's cool. That's something to be proud of. And you get close with those people that you do those things with.
It's almost like a team sport. You got to know, like, okay, you're going to kick to this guy, he's going to kick here. And you just trust each other that you're going to do the right things at the right time. Everybody just kind of gets into their roles. So let's just do a real quick brief. So we had a fire in the CAF. Fire is out. We've evacuated the site. Rad levels have returned, and people are now going back to our facility. So right now, we need to look at recovery of the building and then termination of the event.
We have already practiced how we share resources, we practice how we communicate, and practice chain of command. Our systems are going to keep us safe. But in the off case that all of the problems that could ever happen align in one spot, we'll be there to make sure that we have it under control. We hope we never get there, but we're going to be all the way ready if we do.
Welcome back. So I've been told that the period trip is now in bypass mode, and that's because the startup rate at a very low power level can fluctuate a lot. So normally that period trip would trip if that startup mode was kind of fluctuating too much, but because we're ramping from such a low power level and doing a zero power criticality here where we're not going to produce any significant heat, then they've bypassed that period trip, and that's going to allow them to not scram the reactor automatically, but actually go forward with this approach to criticality. And you can see that the counts per second is going up now. So we're at 121. When the reactor control rods were down, that was down around 10 or 20. So we've already jumped in order of magnitude. And as you can see on the screen, the control rod heights are now around 39 inches. So they are withdrawing the rods. And they are, I'm going to just switch that there, withdrawing the rods. So we are bringing the control rods out, and we can expect that counts per second number to continue to rise little by little. So after this, they're going to do a few counts, and then they're going to bring it to just about halfway to criticality. So we are getting closer here. The control rods are going up, and we're just going to keep hanging out here as we get closer and closer. And I can feel it. I feel like it's close. I know some people thought it might not happen tonight. We don't want to make any promises because, as we saw in the safety video, the most important thing here is safe operations. So if something happens, some sensor goes off that was unexpected, then we will stop the test. But at present, we are continuing forward towards criticality, and we hope you'll stay with us. Thank you, everyone.
Now we ain't leaving.
Okay.
We're currently halfway to our estimated critical position of 78.74 inches. We'll be shimming out halfway from the current position to the ECP.
Understood. RO stop counts.
Understand stop counts. Counts have been stopped.
RO readout detail counts.
Understand readout TTL counts. NMS1 is 12094.
12094.
That is correct. NMS2 is 16393.
16393.
That's correct. NMS3 is 14517.
14517.
That's correct.
RO readout duration.
Understand duration. 116.73 seconds.
116.73.
Understand and proceed to 59.14 inches.
That is correct.
Shimming control rods out to 59.14 inches.
You may proceed. The screen on the right that you're seeing is the toggle of the control rod. So when the white circle shows, that's when that control rod is being lifted. One of the kind of safety features of this reactor is that the control rods don't all lift at the same time. They lift independently. So it cycles through them as the control rods are being lifted. That's what you're seeing there on the right side. So as we monitor the situation here, it's getting to close to midnight. It is 11:20 p.m. on July 3rd. So we're almost at the point of a July 4th celebration here, which is pretty exciting. But things might still progress in a direction we don't know. We're not entirely sure, but we do see those counts rising. We thought now would be a good time to play a little video about the fuel loading process as they continue to lift the control rods. We can show you kind of what they were doing to set those fuel assemblies in place and give you a recap of how we've gotten to this point here. So the reactor, one second, there we are. So the reactor, as you can see in the center there, we've lifted 13 fuel assemblies from the fresh fuel storage rack and put them into the core. The way we do that is first, as you can see here, removing that plug. So there's a shielding plug that sits on the top of the core. That has to get taken out first. Then from there, they're going to install a guide tube. That allows them to then take that fuel assembly out of its storage rack, which is kind of like a souped up IKEA container, custom built and fabricated by Aalo down in Austin, then shipped up here. special fit for these fuel assemblies. And then they have this guide tube that allows them to put this fuel assembly down in there just where it needs to be. So you can see Cody and many of our other technicians here picking up the fuel assembly, attaching it to the grapple, lifting it up, and gently craning it over to the top of the reactor. Those fuel assemblies are 5% enriched uranium assemblies. They're uranium dioxide fuel pellets clad, I believe, in a zirconium cladding, but don't quote me on that. I am not a nuclear engineer. I'm just here representing.
You're correct.
Correct. I hear correct. Okay. Good to hear. So those fuel assemblies are being inserted here, and this is what we saw at the beginning of the live stream with the 13th assembly, but they've run this procedure now 13 times, so they've gotten quite good at it. The first time it took a few hours. By the time they'd done it, many times over, they were doing it in 30 minutes. So, there's a lot of learning experiences here. These procedures were written by Aalo specifically for this reactor. Those procedures had to get validated by the Department of Energy as safe and as, covering every possible scenario. And now that we've practiced them, those procedures are much easier for us to use. We don't have to go through sort of validating the procedure every single time. But since this is the first time we're turning on the reactor, we do have to validate those procedures. And that's why it can be a little bit slow for a first time nuclear reactor turning on. So after they've put those guide tubes in, they've lifted that fuel assembly, put it into the core. The last step there is to take the shield plug and reinsert it and drop it back down into its slot and close that top of the reactor up. This is kind of one of the most challenging parts of running a nuclear reactor, is that you want to have that controlled fission reaction in the core, and ultimately you're going to circulate coolant through there, but you have to keep it totally sealed and
Okay,
contained.
team.
Oh,
We're approaching our target height of 59.14 inches, at which we'll gather some data and then determine if we want to calculate a new ECP.
So the ECP there they're talking about is the expected critical position. So they're going to that halfway point. They're going to stop and take counts, and they're going to evaluate those counts, match those up against the prediction models that they've made in advance of this, and see whether there needs to be an adjustment to the expected critical point or whether they'll be able to go forward with the existing critical point. So we're just going to kind of continue to watch and wait, and we hope you'll stay with us as Aalo-Atomics goes forward with this first time nuclear reactor criticality. Thanks for being here, everybody.
The reactor is not critical yet,
STA?
but we are at 59.14 inches, gathering data.
They are ramping up the Aalo sign on the critical test reactor building. It's about 15% lit right now. It means we are getting close. So how about a big cheer for Aalo Atomics and for everybody here who stayed, burning the midnight oil. It is 11:30 almost here in Idaho Falls, and the team is strong and holding together here as we approach criticality. So another cheer for everybody here. Thank you to everybody out here on the webcast who is staying with us, our investors, our partners in INL, in the Department of Energy, who have made this possible. To the Trump administration, who created the executive orders that enabled Aalo and others within the nuclear industry and startup space to go fast, figure out how to solve hard problems, and build and test reactors. So cheers to them. Very well done. To everyone here, to our government partners, and to our suppliers. You know, we are a company that wants to vertically integrate everything we do, but we still have a lot of suppliers that make critical components for this reactor and for future reactors. And we know there's a lot of our suppliers who are out there watching this webcast. Thank you for all of your hard work. Truly, there would be no reactor without a supply chain. You are a part of this achievement as well. So thank you to everybody here. And let's keep watching these rods get withdrawn. They're at 15% on the sign. And we're at 420 counts per second now. So we are creeping our way up there. And let's see what happened next.
Rods at most half the distance from their current position to the estimated critical position, or 2 inches, whichever is greater.
Understand withdrawal control rods halfway to the ECP. Withdrawing control rods is 63.27 inches.
You may proceed withdrawing 63.27 inches.
Understand. Withdrawing control rods.
stop counts.
Understand stop counts. Stopping counts. Counts are stopped.
RO readout counts.
Understand readout counts. NMS 1, 21050.
21050.
That is correct. NMS 2, 27192.
27192.
That is correct. NMS 3, 24431.
24431.
That is correct.
Readout duration.
Duration 41.42.
41.42.
That's correct.
What is our new ECP?
72.7.
72.7 inches. So what is the halfway mark?
67.91.
Understand new control rod position. Halfway to ECP is 67.91 inches.
What's the ECP again?
ECP is 72.7 inches.
Understand 72.7 inches. And understand the halfway mark is 67.91 inches.
Correct. That is correct.
Per order.
Right, ensure the control rods are selected, RO.
Control rods are selected. Group select.
Understand control rods selected. Withdraw control rods at most half the distance from their current position to the estimated critical position.
Understand I'm withdrawing control rods 67.91 inches.
That is correct. You may proceed.
Understand withdrawing rods.
Watch for signs of criticality.
Understand. Observing for signs of criticality. Selected in control rod 3.
Permission to shim control rods individually granted.
Understand permission to shim control rods individually granted. Shimming out. Select control rod 4. Shimming out. Select control rod 5. Shimming out. Our control rods are Approximately 7.91 inches.
Understand control rods, 67.91 inches.
Average height is 7.97 inches.
67.97. Is reactor critical?
Reactor is not critical.
Understand the reactor is not critical.
And counts have stabilized.
STA, would you like to collect some data?
Yes, we will proceed with collecting data. Or we'll have counts stabilized.
Counts have stabilized.
Or we'll start TTL counts.
Understand start TTL counts, started counts. Counts have started. Just past 10,000 counts.
Understood. Or we'll stop counts.
Understand stop counts, stop and counts. Counts are stopped.
Or we'll read out TTL counts.
Understand read out TTL counts. TTL counts are as follows. NMS 1 is 19676.
19676.
That is correct. NMS 2, 24690.
24690.
That is correct. NMS 3, 22440.
22440.
That's correct.
Readout duration.
23 seconds.
Right, new ECP. What is our new ECP STA?
Seven 5.3 inches.
Understand the new ECP is 75.3 inches. What is the halfway mark from current position?
Seven 1.64 inches.
Understand 71.64 inches. That looks correct.
72.7.
Thank you.
What was the ECP at the start?
78.74.
78.74.
I mean, we're trying to hit 40 cents. That's the idea.
Are standing by.
Right, ensure control rods are selected, RO.
Selecting group select. Group selected.
Understand control rods are group selected.
That's right. That's correct.
RO, withdraw control rods at most half the distance from their current position to the new estimated critical position.
Understand. Withdrawing.
Or 2 inches, whichever is greater.
Understand. Withdrawing control rods is 71.64 inches.
Understand withdrawing, 71.64 inches. Proceed.
Proceeding. Withdrawing. Observing for signs of criticality. Correction. Average controlled height is 71.62 inches.
Understand average control rod height is 71.62 inches.
That's correct.
Is the reactor critical?
The reactor is not critical.
Understand the reactor is not critical. Repeat all of step 5.8. STA. Let's collect some data.
Bro, we will proceed with collecting data.
Understand. Counts of stabilized.
Bro, start TTL counts.
Understand. Starting TTL counts. Starting. Counts have started.
Bro, stop counts.
Understand. Stopping counts. Counts are stopped.
Bro, read out TTL counts.
Understand. Read out TTL counts. NMS1 is 25403.
25403.
That is correct. NMS2 is 31935.
31935.
That is correct. NMS3 is 28751.
28751.
That is correct.
Read out duration.
Understand. Duration 17.96.
17.96.
That is correct.
What is our new ECP?
Our new ECP is 77.2 inches.
Understand new ECP is 77.2 inches. That's correct. What is the halfway mark?
Halfway mark is 74.41 inches.
Understand halfway mark is 74.41 inches. RO.
Yes.
Ensure control rods are group selected.
Control rods are group selected.
And proceed with drawing to 74.41 inches.
Understand which rod is 74.41 inches. Withdrawing control rod is 74.41 inches.
Watch for signs of criticality.
Understand. Watch signs of criticality. Shimming out. Selecting control rods individually. Select control rod 3.
Permission granted for individual rod movement.
Shimming out control rod 3.
Proceed.
Proceeding. Selecting control 4. Shimming out. Select control rod 5. Shimming out. Select control rod 6. Shimming out. Select control 1. Shimming out. Alright. Average controlled height is 74.41 inches. And I'm observing for signs of criticality.
As we get closer, it's just going to take longer for this to come.
I know, yeah.
Come back down, so no hurry.
Counts have stabilized. Let's wait another minute.
Understand. Counts have started. Past 10,000?
Understood.
Past 20,000?
Stop counts.
Understand, stop and counts. Counts are stopped.
Understood. RO readout duration.
Duration is 12.66.
Okay. Readout TTL counts.
Understand, NMS1 is 31453.
They're going slowly here to purposefully keep the power level low.
4, 5,
So that's
3.
why they're just going
Correct.
very slowly and
NMS2
raising
is
those counts slowly.
39634.
39634.
That's correct. NMS3 is 35524.
35524.
That's correct.
Okay, new ECP is 78.1 inches.
Understand, new ECP is 78.1 inches. That is less than 4 inches from the current position.
Correct.
Your control rods are selected by pressing group select.
Understand, press group select. Group select is pressed.
RO, you may proceed to withdraw control rods up to 2 inches. Watch carefully for signs of criticality.
Understand, withdraw control rods up to 2 inches and withdraw or observe for signs of criticality.
Well, it just
It is shifting between scaling, is what it's doing.
So it's auto ranging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, our new target point is 76.41 inches.
That is correct. 76.41 inches.
Understand, shimming out to 76.41 inches by group.
You may proceed shimming. 76.41.
All right, shimmy out. 76.41 on average.
You
All right.
on the mark.
SRO, average control rod height is 76.41 inches.
Understand average control rod height is 76.41 inches. Continue to observe for signs of criticality.
Observing for signs of criticality.
It'll take some time to might level out. Take your time. Yeah, just we
It's optional.
Yes. Alright, let's proceed with collecting data.
You're saying counts are stable.
Counts understood. Counts are stable. Alright, start counts.
Understand. Starting counts. Counts started. 10,000 counts.
Alright. Stop counts.
Understand. Stopping counts. Counts are stopped.
Alright, read out counts.
Understand? NMS1 is 43701.
43701.
That's correct. NMS2, 54617.
54617.
That's correct. NMS3, 49481.
49481.
That's correct.
Our readout duration.
Understand duration is 9.7.
9.7, understood. Our new ECP is 78.9 inches.
It's less than 4 inches away.
What's going on with
That's
the scaling here?
Say ECP again, please.
8.9 inches.
Understand 78.9 inches. Oh, I need new logs, but okay. Is there a new reactor operator log sheet up there?
They should be behind the logs.
Yeah, but not a new. That's just page 3. That's right. I'll log one this. Say again.
On a midnight, changing laws to midday.
That's what I need. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I simulated that. It said 78.74.
Damn it, we're good.
We're too good.
Yeah, we're appears we've hit an asymptote, like 5150.
Good patience.
Yeah, definitely.
RO.
Yeah.
RO, ensure the control rods are selected by pressing group select.
The control rods are group selected.
Understand group selected. RO, withdraw control rods from most half the distance to their current position to the ECP, or 2 inches, which is the case here. You may go 2 inches.
Understand 2 inches. Alright. Withdrawing control rods to 78.41 inches.
Understand withdrawing to 78.41 inches. You may proceed.
Understand. Withdrawing rods.
Observe for signs of criticality.
Understand. Observe for signs of criticality. Average rod height is 78.42 inches for control rods.
Understand control rod average height 78.42 inches.
That's correct. Now we got all right.
The noise that you're seeing in the chart is because the operators have switched to a wide range instrument in the Neutron monitoring system. Now that they're in the wide range, it's no longer an actual count, it's a calculation that brings us to the perceived count here.
Critical.
Let's wait a little bit longer. It's still rising a little bit, but. Waiting. Yeah, appears to be smoothing out.
Go ahead and make the call.
Not critical.
Sound record is not critical. Step 5.8 STA, let's collect some counts.
Understood. Earl, we will proceed with collecting counts.
Understand.
Earl, start counts.
Starting counts. Counts begun. We're past 70,000.
Stop.
Stopping counts.
Control rod height.
No, the average height or all?
Average height.
Average controlled height is 78.42 inches.
Understood. Earl, read out TTL counts.
Understand. NMS1 is 105,231.
105,231.
That's correct. NMS2 is 131,890.
We're looking mostly for the counts to consistently be growing
correct.
here. So the startup rate,
MS3 is
there's a lot of noise in it,
119,353.
and it's the counts per second going up that we're looking for, and they're calculating across each range of time where, where they're counting the neutrons there, whether K effective equals 1, and when their calcs tell them K effective equals 1, that's when they can make the call for criticality.
Hey, new ECP 79.3 inches.
Understand a new ECP is 79.3 inches. Reactor operator, ensure the control rods are selected and group select.
The control rods are in group select.
Understand and group select. Withdraw the control rods at most 2 inches. Observe for signs of criticality.
Okay, the ECP was
79.3.
Roughly 0.8 of an inch from where we're at.
Up to 2
Up to
inches.
2 inches.
Yeah, I know. All right. I'm gonna withdraw to criticality. So I'm gonna go to the ECP and then pause and observe. All right.
Understand.
Withdrawing to 79.3. Actually, I'm gonna withdraw by individual rod. That's right.
May proceed. Withdrawing individual rod.
Understand. Withdrawing. Select control rod 1.
Understand selecting control rod 1.
So we're gonna go 2. Select control rod 2.
Understand control rod 2.
There we go. Swing to 79.3 inches.
May proceed shimming to 79.3 inches.
All right. Selecting control rod 3.
Understand selecting control rod 3.
Control 3 is selected. Withdrawing control 3 to 79.3 inches.
Proceed.
Selecting control rod 4.
Understand control rod 4.
Control rod 4 is selected. Withdrawing control rod 4 to 79.3 inches.
Proceed.
Selecting control rod 5.
Understand control rod 5.
Control rod 5 selected. Withdrawing control rod 5 to 79.3 inches.
Proceed.
And control rod 6.
Understand selecting control rod 6.
Withdrawing control rod 6 to 79.3 inches.
Proceed.
Alright, selecting control rod 1.
Understand control rod 1.
That's correct. It's withdrawing control rod 1 to 79.3 inches.
Understand 79.3 inches.
Alright. Control rods are at 79.28 inches.
Understand 79.28 inches. Observe for signs of criticality.
Observing. The reactor is critical. We do criticality confirmation. Standing by.
Criticality confirmation. Prerequisites. Reactor is operated for OP1 reactor startup. Is in mode 1.
Done.
1/m monitoring data indicates criticality is achievable.
Done.
Done. Sure, it has been achieved per OP1.
Done.
Done. Record date and critical rock positions in appendix.
Matt and Yasir going to come to this table? Or
With this zero power criticality, Power for America, Aalo-Atomics is in the history books with its first critical test reactor. 4 criticalities by the 4th. This is a wave of new power
right.
for America, and
Chart one is
Aalo-Atomics
it.
has done it on the 4th of July. Thank you guys for being here with us on this webcast. We're going to hang out, and Matt and Yasir are going to come out and give some final remarks, so stay tuned. We've gone critical.
We are maintaining low power and stabilizing our startup rate. And we're proceeding to OP4 for operations of power. performing a normal reactor shutdown. Shimming in for reactor shutdown. Scramming the reactor. They're scrammed.
Testing. Okay. Hello, everybody. We did it! Yes! Let's go! Yes! Oh my God. This is going to be really hard not to tear up during. But
Today at 12:20 a.m. on the 4th of July, 2026, Aalo-Atomics achieved criticality for the first time. This is a historic moment that represents 3 years of extreme dedication, effort, and grit. This team, everyone standing here in front of me today, is the most passionate, optimistic, and hardworking team that I've ever had the privilege of working with in my life. This recent push to criticality has been tough. Many of us haven't slept in our own beds in weeks or even months. It's gotten to the point where looking at my sleep tracker gives me a jump scare. I think I have basically every single neurochemical, emotional carrier known to man flowing through my veins right now. But the one that stands out by far the most is gratitude. I'm so thankful to everyone here for pouring themselves so much of your heart and soul into Aalo. So I'm gonna get ready for a kind of a long list of thank yous here, so buckle up. But thank you to the Neutronics and the Thermal Hydraulics team. Yeah. For dealing with our major fuel pivot, taking it in stride, and designing an incredibly elegant core, both for the CTR and Aalo-X. Thank you to the manufacturing team for pushing through the long hours of manual labor to bring this reactor into physical existence from paper, and for stepping up to help assemble it here on site. Thank you to the regulatory and ops team. Let's go. For keeping this facility safe and maintaining a culture of safety at all times. Thank you to the rest of the engineering team for your persistence in performing countless iterations, dealing with a never-ending feedback loop, and backtracking caused by design dependencies. Thank you to the finance, sales, and our crack marketing team for matching the engineering team's level of intensity and for bringing us all the money we need to pay for everything. Thank you to the leadership team and people teams for helping to set the culture and cadence required to pull off this impossible feat. Yeah. Thank you to the hardcore individuals who ran all the night shifts. You demonstrated the hustle, the insane hustle required to pull this off. So please, please get some rest over this holiday week. Put your hand up if you are one of the people that did one of those late shifts. Amazing, thank you. Legends, you guys are legends. A deep, heartfelt thank you to all the friends, family, children, significant others, and loved ones who have seen so much less of us all in these past few months. As we've pushed towards this goal with every ounce of our spirits. And last but not least, thanks to DOE, INL, and BEA. When I say we could not have done this without you, I mean it on so many levels. So, thank you. I am so grateful to you all for joining Yasir and I on this incredible mission. It's the honor of my life to be able to come to work with you all every single day. And I'm beyond excited for all the monumental things that we will continue to achieve in the coming months and years against all odds. So on that note, I want to share a little bit more backstory on what this moment means to me personally and some of the obstacles that I had to overcome to reach this moment with you all here today. This journey started for me 15 years ago in the basement of Sterling Hall in Queen's University back in Canada. I was with one of my physics labs buddies, and I asked him kind of out of the blue if he might want to start a nuclear company with me. And by the way, this was the same year that Fukushima happened, in 2011. He laughed, and he said, "That sounds impossible." I tried to convince him, but he said he just wanted to get a normal job. I thought he might be right about it being impossible, so I caved and I got a normal job too, as an acoustical engineer. And from the moment I walked into that door, or in that door, fortunately not into that door, I knew I had to quit. I knew I had to at least try to follow my dream. And I realized that I'd much rather try and fail than not try at all. I hadn't found anyone who wanted to start a company with me yet, so I taught myself to code in nights and weekends while living in my parents' basement. 1 year later, I got good enough at coding where I told my parents I wanted to quit my day job. They said, "Are you sure? You studied 4 years to get this degree." But they were supportive when I told them I was sure. 2 years later, my first startup was failing, and I was running very low on money. I thought maybe my parents had been right. But I felt strongly that the only true way to fail is to not learn from your mistakes or to stop trying. So I tried one more time and started another company. This time, things went better. We scaled to 150 people, and for the first time in 5 years since I'd quit my job and started this entrepreneurial journey, I had some semblance of financial comfort. I could eat at restaurants and not feel stressed about money. I could go on trips with my friends who meanwhile had been saving up, starting families, and having kids. By the time I was at the end of my 20s, my company had achieved a 9-figure valuation, which seemed cool, and yet I still felt deeply unfulfilled. I didn't care about the money, the market, our customers, or the product. So it's like, okay, something is probably wrong. I felt like a coward for not having attempted to start my true dream company for my engineering and physics days 8 years prior. So I quit my job again. This time from my own company that I'd started. I was in my early 30s, and I figured this was my last chance to start the company that I'd been dreaming of starting for over a decade. Most people at my last company thought I was insane for leaving, especially when they found out what I was planning. But my original co-founder wrote me a $250,000 check, investing out of his own pocket, and this represented half of all the liquidity we had gotten from our company at the time. And he has a wife and 3 kids, so this was not an easy check to write. But that was the first ever check into what would become Aalo. And I think we'll do him proud. Yeah. So I left my last company, and suddenly I was alone again. Suddenly I'd wake up every day and my calendar was empty. Suddenly, once again, I had no salary. And it was the middle of COVID, and I felt extremely lonely. But I also felt a renewed sense of purpose, focus, and drive. I reached out to all my friends from my physics undergrad, many of whom had gone into the nuclear sector in Ontario. I told them, again, that I wanted to start a nuclear company. One of them said, "It's all been done. Every reactor type has been tried." It's true. There are already 1 million companies in nuclear, and none of them have built anything in years. You should consider doing something else. I told my parents I wanted to start a nuclear company again, and they bought me a book about Chernobyl. Nonetheless, I was committed. I had no idea how to get started, but I felt in my bones that mass-produced, smaller reactors were worth pursuing, despite everyone saying otherwise. I spent months asking people in the nuclear industry to meet with me, facing a lot of rejection and even some outright mockery. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any doubt at this point in the journey. But if there's one thing I did know, it was that I would never give up. A few months in, almost after exactly 100 meetings, I met Yasir. And we instantly hit it off. We had similar values, a similar vision, and even a similar sense of humor. Yasir has been like a brother to me. He and Adila have made America feel like home, which has made my departure from my friends and family back in Canada a little easier. I've learned so much from Yasir over the past 4 years. For one thing, he showed me how to dress properly in front of government officials after 10 years in the software space wearing hoodies and paying little attention to how I looked. But more importantly, he gave me a crash course on everything he knows about reactor design and hard-tech execution. Yasir has a gift for unifying large groups of engineers, having none of them get exactly what they want, and yet having all of them leave feeling happy with a smile on their face. I don't know if it's his dad jokes, his luscious lashes, or just his charm. But whatever it is, it's working. So together, we built clarity and a plan. I started talking to investors while Yasir was finishing up Marvel, and in the beginning, it wasn't easy. One of them said, "There's no way you can build a new reactor at the National Lab without running out of money." Others have famously said, "You can't build a 10-square-foot tool shed at the National Lab in 3 years, let alone a new reactor." But we pushed forward anyway. We raised the seed, and 50 years wrote the first term sheet. Thank you again. And the round filled out with many of some of the first investors who had supported Humi, my last company, and we were off to the races. But the problem is, $6 million isn't really enough to do very much in the nuclear space. And 1 year later, we were trying to raise the Series A, and we were struggling. We couldn't find anyone to lead it. I had some of the worst investor meetings of my life, and I was starting to question if we would be able to raise enough money to make this company work. So, we went crawling back to 50 years. And we asked them to lead a round again. And they did. So yeah. And this is not common in venture, but they believed in us, so they did. They wrote us another check. In the end, we got the round done, 30 million, and finally had enough money to do something interesting. We built a factory. We built a full-scale prototype. And this team started to come to life. That was when investors started to realize just how much Aalo could accomplish with just a little bit of money. We went on to raise $100 million Series B from Valor Equity Partners, one of the best growth investors on the planet. And we began planning the reactor that we just turned on today. We have officially gone from founding to fission in under 3 years. And as is clear from this story, we've done it against all odds. We have made audacious claims to investors and the public. And for a second there, I was afraid we wouldn't actually get it. But and many people have doubted us along the way. But we've just pulled it off. We should all be incredibly proud. So in closing, I want to reflect a bit more on the implications of this milestone that we have hit today. Some of you might remember that when the EOs were announced, we sat down to figure out what the most ambitious scope possible would be, while still being potentially achievable by July 4th, which is today. Oh my God. We'd originally planned to go critical on our first commercial scale system by late 2027. How could we possibly bring this up by more than a year? It turns out there's more than just sliding the data along in a keynote, Richard. We considered various options like building a tiny reactor just to make the claim of criticality and move on, or to build it in someone else's facility. But we decided against those shortcuts. We decided to build a full-scale facility and a full-scale reactor and buy a full-scale fuel load. And then take it to a zero-power criticality. Some people at the company questioned the value of creating a reactor that we all knew would not produce electricity. But I think now in retrospect, the value is obvious and it is immense. We are now a company that has gone from a paper reactor design to a fully functional system. We've built up our muscle on the supply chain and manufacturing side, and we've learned an incredible amount on the regulatory and ops side. And now we have a pretty decent sense of how long it takes to build one of these reactors and how much it will cost. This knowledge will allow us to go into this next chapter where we bring Aalo-X to full power operation with eyes wide open and a crystal clear plan of attack. We will be able to achieve full power operations sooner than we otherwise would have been able to had we not taken on this incremental step. Moreover, now that we've gone critical, we will be able to raise a lot of money very quickly. I'm looking at the live stream right now. We will raise enough money to build out 1 million square foot of factory space in the next few years and begin mass production of our hardware. We will be able to give sodium-cooled reactors a proper attempt at high capacity factor and low cost for the first time in the history of mankind. We are experiencing an unprecedented level of support from the public, the government, investors, and regulators, and customers. Many people in the company have been waiting for a moment like this for decades. Some of us, half a century. Less! Woo! Some people thought they might go their entire careers without being involved in the turning on of a new reactor. But thanks to everyone here today, we've done it. This is just the beginning of an incredibly exciting journey. It might seem obvious to everyone here, but most people on Earth still don't understand just how incredible nuclear energy really is. Aalo exists to change that. Our mission is to achieve 3 cents per kilowatt-hour electricity. Scott, don't hate me for doubling down on this. It might take us 30 years, but nothing from first principles physics prevents it, all right? Cost, not price necessarily, all right? Once we do, it will change the world. I'm not joking when I say that one day we could play a large role in solving climate change, achieving world peace, and solving hunger. That's not just the delusion of this late night speech. I think this is true. And that is the real reason why we can all feel good about all the sleep deprivation, elevated stress, and struggle that we have endured in the past few weeks, months, and years. Aalo means the light, and we must continue to push as hard as we can towards creating a bright, incredible future. Everyone, the second atomic age has finally begun. And we will make damn sure that this one is here to stay. Let's go. All right, and now over to my friend and brother, Yasir.
All right. Okay, we're not done yet, guys. Hang in there. Okay. This is not working. Okay, here we go. All right. Woo! Oh my God. This is the happiest day of my life. Okay. Okay. Let me breathe a little bit. I'm too excited right now, okay? Lack of sleep, too much excitement, shit ton of Red Bull. I'm not functional right now, okay? All right, today is a very emotional day for me, guys. Aalo may be 2.5 years in as a company, but this has been 16 years in the making, right? It took a very long time to get here. And many of you guys know this, but I grew up in Bangladesh, in a country that has a ton of people, but not enough electricity. So I remember still when I was 6 years old, you know, sitting down on the table by the window in our tiny little apartment, doing my homework like a good little nerdy boy, and then the power went out. And then I get up, go light up a candle, and get back to study again. Except that scene was every night. It never stopped. Every night we would have blackouts for a couple of hours. And then I started thinking, why is this normal? Why can't we have enough electricity, right? And over time, that thought became a deep conviction to solve that problem. And over time, that conviction became my life's mission. So when I came to America for college, I was truly coming here to search for an answer. And then I found nuclear. And I was like, I was literally blown away. I was talking to my friend, I was like, dude, is this real? We can now split atoms and release ridiculous amount of energy, and it's clean? That means we don't have to dig up dead fossils from the ground and burn it? Like, humanity finally evolved? And I had no intention to go back, right? I knew nuclear was my calling. And because I was a total nerd, I had no issues finding a job offer from the largest nuclear company in the US. And so I had an offer from Westinghouse, super excited, about to finish my undergraduate and join the workforce and change everything, and then boom, Fukushima happened. Few months before I graduated, and I was like watching the TV and I was like, should I be doing this? I saw everybody running from the nuclear industry the other direction. And after a deep breath, I said, nope, I'm gonna go right straight towards it. And I did. And that's because I wanted to make nuclear better, right? If something like Fukushima could happen to nuclear, I wanted to figure out how can we make it so much better than it already was. And since then, as a young engineer, I got to work on some of the most cutting-edge nuclear projects of our time, including a lot of water-cooled reactors like the AP1000. And I learned a lot. And I learned how amazing nuclear really is. I mean, it's like 2 to 3 million times more energy dense than fossil fuels. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is so awesome, right? But I also learned that how slow they were in deployment. And I realized to truly make a civilizational scale change, I needed to work on how to figure out to make nuclear not as a monument, but as a product, like how we build cars or rockets, right? We needed to change the way we think about nuclear from ground up. And I spent many years trying to figure out, okay, you know what? Not every technology is ideal to be built in a factory. What is that ideal technology that can truly make a difference, right? That can be truly built in a factory. And after a decade and a half, after 4 reactor designs, I finally feel like I think I'm getting close to cracking this code, right? And that's when we started Aalo, right? And the solution was very simple, and it wasn't just me, it was everybody. We figured it out. The solution was, we're going to try to pack as much power that we can fit on the back of a truck and try to create a standard plant and build it over and over in the factory. And so today, to finally build this company, build this team, and build this reactor, and carrying it all the way to criticality is really making me emotional. So thank you guys. This is my life's work finally coming true. But then I learned early on that a mission this monumental, a mission this ambitious, can never be accomplished by one person. It's just not possible, right? That's when I met Matt, halfway through Marvel. And honestly, guys, finding the right co-founder is like marriage. You really have to be careful who you want to spend the rest of your life with. And Matt was the 7th entrepreneur that reached out to me to start building a company because we were actually doing something real. Thanks to Jess for hiring me at INL to give me that opportunity. Round of applause for Jess. Still standing here today with me, so thank you for your support. So unlike the others that I've met before Matt, he was a little different. We clicked right away. And we found each other very complementary to one another, right? He knows how to build a company. I know nuclear. We both love speed and urgency. And we love spending Saturday nights talking about how to build our next factory. And for those of you who know Matt, like, he's an extremely nice guy, right? So, and not just that, he's a freaking wizard at fundraising and a brilliant strategist in business and knows how to hire a good team. So, Matt, I don't think there's anyone else that I would want to do this with other than you. So, but then when I finally met him in person and saw how tall he was compared to me, I instantly regretted my decision. So what we're doing here, guys, is solving one of humanity's biggest challenges. So when we started Aalo, Matt and I promised each other that we're going to hire the very best in the world. And we told each other that we're never going to lower that bar. And we never did. Except maybe Matt Hansink, who loves to build his reactor perfect, just simply perfect. He wants everything precise. You know. Matt's freaking awesome, by the way. Now, yeah, let's go. Now, ancient wisdom tells us when you bring a bunch of very smart people and put them around a mission that is larger than life, amazing things can happen. And the result of that is that building over there. Woo! So, by the way, we didn't get here by chance. As I look around this lawn, I cannot help but think of Theodore Roosevelt's words about almost a century ago about the man in the arena. Okay? He said, "It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the one who steps into the arena, the one who accepts the struggle, the one who endures the setbacks and keeps moving forward." Right? That is who you are. Every single one of you. You stepped into that arena, you embraced the challenge, you persevered when the path was so uncertain. We didn't think we would be standing here today and celebrating this moment. Together, we dared greatly. And today, we know the triumph of high achievement. Sometimes, like when you're deep in the trenches and you're covered in mud and you're fighting for months to come out on the other side, it's really hard to take a pause and see what winning looks like, what it means to get out of that trench, right? And what we're really fighting for, and what does it mean to win. So let's take a pause, take a step back, and remind you what each and every one of you have achieved. Today, we built a brand new advanced reactor for America, turned it on, split atoms, and sustained a fission chain reaction. Woo! We are no longer a company that just did paper design and shelved it. We are a company, we're one of the few startups on Earth that have built a real reactor and turned it on. And not just that, we did all of this in a ridiculously incredible pace. From construction to criticality, we did the whole thing under 8 months. This is the fastest nuclear project in the last 80 years. Woo! That is crazy, guys. Yes, we're the fourth one to go critical, but from construction to criticality, it was under 8 months. From November 10th to July 4th today. We did it in a time that most people thought it was impossible. When Joe called out today, "We are critical," my heart literally skipped a beat. And I saw the crowd cheering from far away. I was like, what just happened? And in that instant, I kind of for a second just closed my eyes and had a flashback of every single moment we've spent together in the last 8 months. From the time we broke ground on November 10th, 2 days before my son was born, to today, right? Every struggle, every drop of sweat, every win that got us here today. Right? When President Trump said this challenge, almost everyone thought it was crazy. The biggest minds in nuclear who knows this technology said, this is impossible. You can't do it. Most of the industry wouldn't even attempt it. Right? Today, we proved them wrong. The nation called and Aalo answered. We were told you can't even build a building in 2 years. We built ours in 36 days. They told us you can't even build a new reactor and go critical under 12 months. But here we are, guys. Here we are. And as Ahmad mentioned before, 10 months ago, we were not even planning to build this reactor. We were planning to go build our full-powered reactor and turn it on by end of 2027, right? So we asked ourselves one question. Hey, we just don't want to do this to meet a milestone. What is the biggest learning we can take out of our July 4th milestone, right? We don't want to just do this just to turn on our reactor. We could have just done that by putting in a bucket and throw fuel and water and go critical. But we're not going to learn anything from that, right? So we decided to do something that is commercially relevant to us, right? So we built everything at full scale and proved that we're a vertically integrated company. We built our own building, and because like, if you look at nuclear, right, the longest pole in the tent is really construction, pun intended. And we proved that we can conquer that. We built our reactor in a factory. Everyone's talking about building reactors in a factory. Why not prove that? So we built ours in a factory and shipped it across the country and put it here in this very site. We assembled our own fuel assemblies. Now we're kind of unique in the sense that we're not using any fuel that is not available commercially today. We're using existing commercially available UO2 fuel, but then nobody builds our bundles. So we said, why not try to do it? Not just for this reactor, but how do we build fuel bundles for hundreds of reactors in a semi-automated fashion? So we built our own jigs, and that machine was freaking beautiful. I actually posted that on Twitter. Excellent job, guys. Well done on that. And one scope that we really underestimated was trying to become nuclear operators. Oh my God. Holy shit, that was hard. I want to thank INL for really helping us and show us what good really looks like. So thanks a lot for holding our hands in through all that. You know, up until now, only large-scale utilities that run nuclear power plants has the ability to stand up all of the programs to become nuclear operators. And a lot of companies say, hey, we want to operate nuclear reactors. We want to be operators. But they don't have the experience. Today, we do. And awesome. Now, not only can we operate this one reactor, but hundreds of reactors down the road. So, in summary, we accomplished all 4 goals along with achieving criticality. We learned so much every single day. Even though it was like 8 months, it felt like 8 years of learning. And this is what's going to carry us forward and propel into the future. Now, I'd be lying to you if I said I was never nervous about our timeline. The amount of roller coaster ride we have all been through has been insane, right? But I knew we could do it. I knew we could do it because I know what you guys are capable of. And just today, this morning at 10 o'clock, we hit 2 major blockers. They were like showstoppers, and we were like, okay, this is it. We're not going to make it. But within 1 hour, the team put together all their brains and really solved both of those issues, and we were back on track. That's what I'm talking about. This is the level of innovation that America has been waiting for all this time. And so what you guys did was you pulled up your sleeves, put your game faces on, and said, we can do this. And you guys did it. And we made it to the finish line. So before the first hour ended on America's 250th birthday, we freaking did it. We went critical. Yes. Let's go. We freaking did it. Okay, with our reactor coming to life, the national goal of Executive Order 14301 is not just only complete, but we showed that America can exceed that, right? We were not late. We were not early. We were just on time, right? We call this a JIT reactor, just in time. And I wish every nuclear project was this predictable. I know we don't feel it today as much because we're all tired, exhausted. It is like 1 and cold. I'm gonna make sure I swear. The long wait, the long nights, the weekends, the 3 a.m. grinds that we all have been dealing with, the intense stress. This cold is nothing compared to all we have gone through in the last 8 months or so. And I watched you guys leave your families and show up day after day for this mission. In the middle of all this, we had people getting married. and others struggling through divorce. We've had babies, and we've lost loved ones. And some of you didn't even take a single day off in the last 6 months. And some of you are fighting the good fight here on site and going back home and taking care of your spouse who's dealing with cancer. Life is hard, and the struggle is real. But I saw what you guys are made up of. I saw the exhilaration, the excitement, the bravery, the joy, and the love for the mission. I saw warriors, relentless, full of grit. I still can't believe we built a building in 36 days. I can say this over and over again and get surprised every single time. We built a reactor in our factory in 28 days. We assembled 540 fuel rods in 2.5 days this weekend. Woo! It's insane. And in the middle of all this, Asma, Audrey, and John Law decided to get graduate degrees. We love our overachievers. Sure, we were fast, but we also made sure that we were safe, right? We proved that safety and execution speed are mutually exclusive. They don't have to compete with one another. We didn't break anything. No one got hurt. The only thing we broke was our own record. Anything that was repetitive, like building graphite blocks or fuel bundles or loading them one by one in the core, we were just measuring our lapse time, and every single time we were getting better and better and better. And that's the true essence of factory mass manufacturing in practice, right? And the team operated like freaking F1 racers who's measuring their lap time every single time. We were operating like Navy SEAL team, focused, mission-oriented, going above and beyond the call of duty. And I've worked with a lot of smart people in this industry, but I've never worked with a team this smart, worked this hard in my life. I'm incredibly honored to be part of your team. And most importantly, I want to applaud your patience, because for the last 8 months, you had to deal with me. No, I'm serious. You guys should be incredibly proud. Your children should be proud. And one day, your grandchildren will tell stories to their friends. Hey, you want to hear about my grandparents? They truly ushered in the second atomic age and brought energy and national security back home at America. Woo! They would speak about us like the Apollo mission. And speaking of Apollo, this year, Artemis 2 took humans around the moon for the first time in 50 years. And today, this year, in the same year, on America's 250th birthday, in this desert of Idaho, we proved that America can still solve hard problems. What we're doing here will secure energy future for America. Not only that, our reactor will solve problems on a civilizational scale. We will help data centers get the power they need without straining the grid. When we solve that, we will desalinate water for every country that's struggling to have fresh water. And we're going to lift entire nations out of energy poverty. Many of you know this. We started construction 2 days before my son Sufyan was born. And that makes them the exact same age. They're exactly 33 weeks. And what really gets to me is that I only get to spend 1 hour or less with him every single day while he's growing up. But I also know, and I also get energized every single day knowing that what we are doing here in Aalo, our mission is for the next generation. It's to build a better future for all of them. And none of this would have happened without the sacrifice of all our families. And I want to especially thank my wife, Adila, for essentially being a single mom ever since our son was born and taking care of Sufyan all by herself. And she didn't complain once. She's been taking care of him in silence. so that I can be here with the team completing this mission for the country. So Adila, I love you and thank you for everything that you do. You are my pillar and you have helped me become the person that I am today. Now every one of us have a very similar story. For 8 months, your families went without their husbands and wives, without their fathers and mothers. Week after week, you were away, either building reactors at the factory or here at the site. Without their support, without their sacrifice, we would not be standing here today. And my folks across the globe have been praying for the last 8 months so we can make it to the finish line, and I think it worked. So to all our families, for all their sacrifices and all their good wishes, thank you. I promise I'm close to the end. Rod, hang on there, rub your hands. I know we're there, okay? Because this part is really important. I want to give salute to some of the unsung heroes of the entire reactor pilot program. And it's the DOE Idaho Operations Office. Yes. With a very small team, they approved so many reactors, not just ours. Every single reactor that went critical was because of them. And I have no idea how they've done it. They worked as hard every day, weekends and nights, just as hard as we did. And not only that, they also revised all of the old standards and old regulations that was holding the nuclear down for so many decades. They refined all of these regulations so that we, as a company, can go fast and achieve what we've achieved today. And that team is led by none other but the man, the myth, and the legend, Mr. Robert Boston. So let's give it up for Bob and the entire DOE Idaho team. They are freaking awesome. They're the real American hero. There's also a handful of people at DOE headquarters that I want to name. Rian Bahran, Mike Goff, Seth, who just left DOE, and a few others that have been working really hard to help us every single day to help us get to this mission. And lastly, I want to say a lot of thanks to our friends and leaders at Idaho National Laboratory for their leadership and unconditional support. When I say unconditional support, there was like absolutely no limits. We said we need help, and they were right there instantly. They were always on the speed dial. So I want to really thank John Wagner, Ron Crone, and Jess Jean for their leadership and to give us every single support. Without them, we would not have made it to the finish line, guys. So we owe them a lot for this milestone. Both DOE and INL prove that the federal government can be an accelerant to new nuclear and that we can both move fast and also be safe at the same time. So we proudly share this milestone with both DOE and INL. So after months of hard work, we finally made it, guys. It's been 8 months, but it felt like 8 years. The mission is now complete. Starting tomorrow, we want everybody to take an entire week off. Just go, don't think about work, spend time with family, and we're going to cover it from Aalo 100%. We're not going to cut into your PL, 100% paid by Aalo. Go take your week off, you guys deserve it. Okay? Get some rest. But right now, besides this cold, in this very moment, I want you guys to feel every single minute of this day. Because today, we just made history. Today, we proved that we can be invincible. And invincible is what's needed for what's coming next after you come back from your vacation. This milestone is done, but our job is not. Our job is not done until we build Aalo-X, our platform reactor that makes full power. It is already under construction. We just finished the artwork 2 weeks ago, and we're about to pour our foundation this very month. Our job is not done until we take everything we've learned here from DOE authorization and transfer and get a license, commercial license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Our job is not done until we stand up a factory that can make hundreds of reactors a year. Our job is not done until we drive the cost of nuclear so low that gas turbines become irrelevant. Our job is not done until the world stops being afraid of nuclear. And we can rewrite the fear of our forefathers that they had to live with. Our job is not done until we lift the entire humanity out of energy poverty into energy prosperity. We will not stop until there's no child left on this earth that has to study under a candlelight again. We will not stop until we've changed the world. Let's go!